There we
There you
go.
go. All right, so welcome to the council meeting for August 16th. Could the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsath, Councilmember Coop,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, we have a quorum.
Okay, 6 present. Our first item is a special order of the day. It's a presentation from Valley Water. Director Kremen, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep this short. You asked for 15 minutes, so I will try to exceed to your request, demand, etc. Thanks, Domingo. So basically, I'm here today to talk about the scary drought, as we like to call it, in front of us. The last 2 years have been the worst 2 years from a water supply point of view in California history. So as you know, I'm vice chair of Valley Water, and I represent Palo Alto among other places. And we're not just in a normal drought; we're in an extreme drought, and I'll explain that. As you know, most of Palo Alto gets their water from SFPUC, but I'm going to explain how the drought affects you. Although, you know, Palo Alto, you might not know, has over 270 wells that Valley Water recharges. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to also talk about some programs that we have, and actually jointly with Palo Alto Utilities, to help both residents and business save money, water conservation, and some new programs. And we got to, as you know, we have a lot of, I know we have a lot of smart people on this video call. So they're probably familiar with John Steinbeck, the quintessential California author, who kind of talked about droughts. And he said, during the dry years, people forgot about the rich years. And during the wet years, they lose all memory of the dry years. And it's always been that way. And if you actually look at the water conservation numbers, that is what it looks like. People forget we had a pretty punishing drought in 2014. So why don't we go on to the next slide? I'll go through this pretty quickly, the next slide, because I think you all know what Valley Water does. We do 3 main things. We do clean water, not for the people in the north that I represent who get their water from Hetch Hetchy, other than the groundwater that they get, but we do flood protection, we do environments, restoration, especially around the creek. As an agency, our budget's about $610 million. And most of that is kind of going to repair our aging infrastructure, which is kind of New Deal era creation. And we do a bunch of other things. Maybe we go on to the next slide, talk about one of our missions that affects Palo Alto, flood protection. We do a lot of grants, like Palo Alto. Just in the last 5 years, we funded 14 different projects, over $750,000, usually through organizations, some directly, Grassroots Ecology, Actera, Committee for Green Foothills, whether it be diversity and inclusion training in the outdoors, stewardship of creeks, a lot of pollution prevention in Palo Alto we pay for. Like, for example, Actera just got $337,000 in the last couple of years. So the big thing we do around this is flood protection, and $80 million to date for San Francisco Creek from a couple of our different funds. And we get our money from water rates, which no one in Palo Alto pays other than the well folks, a property tax line, and from ratepayers throughout the county who pay for projects, including the projects here in Palo Alto. So the big one we're working on, San Francisco Creek, is the #1 thing, but we're also working a lot on dechannelization of the creeks, especially and litter pickup. If we can kind of go on to the next slide, I'll give some examples of that. We're doing a lot of looking at, one of the things we fund are creek cleanups. We do a bunch of work on trails, and we do fund a bunch of trails work, including creation and maintenance and land purchase of trails. And I know there's some interest in trails in Palo Alto for traffic relief. And that's the kind of thing we do look at. So if there are some projects or ideas, we'd love to hear them. Let's see, last year on National River Day, we cleaned up 62 miles of creek, and you can see cleanup of Adobe Creek, that's on the left, and the Bay Shore in Palo Alto in the middle, and Matadero on the far right. But we talked about some of the things we do under flood control. Why don't we get back to the drought and kind of, I want to give you some macro sense of where water, Domingo, if we go on to the next slide, where water is used in California. Most people don't know that 50% of the water, the harvestable water, accessible water, goes to the environment. Then 40% of what's left goes to agriculture and 10% goes to urban. And of urban, half of it, if you look statewide, it's different in our county and it's different in Palo Alto, is half is business and half is residential. And as you probably know, most of the water's up in the Sierra Nevada. It's pretty far up there. And we use the rivers, and that's always the controversy that we've been fighting since times of the gold rush, this big ag versus environment versus urban users. You know, and it gets through we use the rivers, aqueducts, and pipelines to get it to us. And it was built in the 1960s. If we go on the next slide, for 10 million people, now we got 40 million people. So that's really problematic. So most people don't know where water is used in our county. And Palo Alto roughly, we think, follows this other than the agriculture part. But 55% is used by residences, about 30% used by business. And then this is in Palo Alto because there's not as much, there's no agriculture, but 6% is used landscaping that actually has separate meters. So the interesting thing here is you can do something about when we talk about this drought, you can actually do something about indoor and you can do something about outdoor usage. We have tons of rebate programs. We have free inspections, and actually the city, we mostly fund the city's conservation program, but I think you put some money on top of it. And we'll talk a little bit about the rebates. Let's talk about the countywide, and I'll explain why the situation in the county, and no city is decoupled from the county if we go on to the next slide. And this is going to be countywide. This isn't Palo Alto, because as you know, you get your water Hetch-Hetchy. But on a countywide basis, 30% comes from the sky. We import 50% of our water. And Palo Alto, it's 100%, unless you want to do different. We're currently recycling 5%. And we think of conservation is, even though it's not a source, it is 15% of the, we'll call it the supply, because people have been good conservers. The problem is the extreme drought. And before we go on to the next slide showing how bad it is in the state, how it hurts the county is because there's limited water. Nothing is going down into the aquifer, which is kind of where the pumps in Palo Alto get their water. So your wells are probably going to dry. And, you know, I live at a Palo Alto address, as you know. All of our wells are probably going to take the same hit. And that's, if we have a bad winter, that it's going to start in the north where wells start running dry if we can't import any more water. And that's looking bad. And the reason why is the allocation of imported water on the state side, instead of the normal 100% we get, we're only getting 5%. And for people down in Gilroy and Morgan Hill and the more agricultural areas, they're only getting 25% of their normal. And this is on the federal side, what's called the Central Valley Project. These are these two canals you go over when you drive down to Los Angeles. We're only getting between 20 and 50% of our normal supply. And as you know, there might be issues with the Hetch-Hetchy supply. And if agreements can't be reached, or, you know, I'm not weighing in whether the Bay Delta plan is good or bad. As you know, the Valley Water was the first water district to drop out of the lawsuit against the plan. But what happens there is you might need to draw on us, and we're not in a great supply. We got a lot of water down in Kern County, but unfortunately, there's no water flowing south to trade with it. So it's kind of like having a bank account and we can't get it out. And we're really having a tough time buying emergency water. And I'm going to show you how the price increased. But even if we can get some, it's almost impossible to get it in the county because there's hardly anything flowing south. and across the Delta, there's just nothing. So we're in a real grim situation that's compounded by the fact that Anderson Reservoir, which is half of our supply, is down for seismic reasons for 10 years. And that's also leading to less water in the system right now for recycling. People aren't flushing their toilets as much, so that's bad. And conservation, which has always been our silver bullet, depends on public participation. And the initial conservation numbers have not been good. We totally have a lot of applications, but in some areas in North County, people are using more, not less. So that's really a problem. So it's all caused by, if we could go on to the next slide, well, the drought. When you're in dark brown, that's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. But way drier than 2014 and 2015. Just this year is the driest since 1977. And what's happening is because our Anderson Reservoir doesn't have any water, we can't get water. We're sucking it out of like our kind of water of last resort, which is the groundwater. And the problem with that is shallow wells and subsidence that could be caused if we can't do recharge. So if we really don't get conservation going fast, and this is kind of part of an urge residents to conserve, and we're a big believer in carrot, and we don't even have the illegal authority to penalize folks, but the city does. We're going to experience real shortages in 2022. And that's not like, you can't water your house. That means people's wells are going to run dry, and places like the city of San Jose and even Los Altos, it's almost all well water. And that's going to be super grim because there's nothing to store. There's no storage really in the county. So in June, we declared a water emergency. And the county followed up on it, the supervisors, and then Governor Newsom. So we're working with partners to really start conserving because of this drought situation. So if we go on to the next slide, it'll kind of show you, for those that are more economically thought, just recently, what water you can buy, the price is jumped 4 times. And I think this is even a little bit old. Sometimes we get a better price than this. But if you look at the index that publicly trades, it's because there's 0 snowpack left, which is 30% of our storage. And I'm going to show you some pictures of how bad that is. And the reservoirs upstream are at historic lows. And that would be things like Shasta Dam and Oroville, kind of the one that used to overflow 2 years ago. There's no water in there. And what water there is, the state is saving for cold water pools to keep the fish alive. So getting north to south transfers, which is how water runs, is really tough. So that's kind of part of the grimness. You see it in the market price. It's kind of like everyone's trying to get water. And kind of since the beginning of 2021, because of climate change, there's hardly any runoff in watersheds. So it's pretty bad. If we look at the next page, just so you see, this is kind of a price chart, just to show where our prices, which are the blue, and where the wholesale price to Palo Alto, which is the red, we're at about the same price. So this isn't like a price signaling problem, because we're all about the same price. It's just really just tough to get any water in. So if we could go look at the next slide, and I'm trying to go as fast as possible, this is a great example of climate change. And we're climate change believers, and what is happening is precipitation is increasing, but it's hotter. So it's running off faster, and we don't have this thing of it being stored in the snowpack till August and September. I just hiked Mount Whitney a couple weeks ago, and there was no snow up there. And last time I went 8 years ago, it was scary with so much snow, and I did it about the same time. So the snowpack this year melted 4 weeks earlier than almost the historical average, and the soil just took almost 700,000 acre feet of water, just went away, just didn't go anyplace. So dry seems to be increasingly familiar, and we have all these problems. So why don't I keep going faster? So one thing we're doing, and the city of Palo Alto with Mountain View is in the lead in the county, is recycling water so you can use it on redwood trees, which we couldn't use before because it was too salty, and in cooling towers for those buildings that are plumbed for recycled water. Like, for example, a lot of the city of Mountain View who sells the recycled water, which we couldn't do already. We're giving the city $16 million. There's the check. I know there's an issue. It didn't show up in your bank account, and the mayor seems to be driving a new car, but I don't think one thing has anything to do with another. So in this deal, we're giving the city $16 million to upgrade the recycling plant to purified level, which is distilled water. Plus, even before this new plant works, is giving $200,000 to use at the recycling plant, just the wastewater plant, to see how, as you fit to see it. And then we're going to, if we get this plant up and running in Palo Alto, which I know we all prefer, is we'll be giving $1 million a year. And this is all indexed by CPI. So when I say $1 million now, it's actually more because the prices have gone up since then, plus any lease payments, plus O&M money. It's super cool. I don't know if any of you toured our recycling plant down in El Viso. I urge you to do that to see, it's just not Facebook that has cool technology. We have other good, cool technology of taking wastewater to make it into distilled water quality. So I know we've also talked about some green ideas of blending some of the purified water here locally, because one of the things we agreed in the agreement is to give Palo Alto, if you ask, the backup water supply. And there's nothing better for the Delta than Hetch Hetchy system, instead of pulling water from that system, and the Tuolumne to reuse local water. But that's a decision you're going to have to make. We'd love to do it with you. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention that I was talking to our CEO, and we actually have some additional money left over that I know that the city of Palo Alto has been hit harder than any other city in the county from a furlough point of view, that for people who are working on the recycled water project, we might be able to get some money your way if you ask, or if you want to help bring back some of the people working on the recycled project from furlough full-time. I don't know how that works with your represented bargaining unit, but if you ask, you might be able to get some money. In fact, I know we have it. We're just waiting for staff to figure out how we can get you money that's not part of that $16 million. So let me hurry up real quick. Water conservation, that's the next slide, should be a way of life. The city gives rebates on top of ours, stormwater rebates. We have these great water cisterns. We'll pay you to rip your lawn out. The rebates you see on the slide below are ones I believe the city adds extra money on top of. But we'll do stuff like come out and look at residents' property for free, inside and outside, and see if you got any leaks. In fact, one thing everyone should do is, I just found this out down the street, is your incentives and your gardeners, if you have gardeners, are not the same. So a lot of times your gardeners are the ones who are using more water than you want because they feel a green lawn keeps them employed. So you might want to have, it's not on the list, but I just found this out a couple of days ago, that there's this weird incentive mismatch between folks that work on people's lawns who don't do their own lawns and have not ripped out their lawns, who, by the way, we pay tons of money for you to do that. So we, conservation should be a way of life, etc. I think we all know that. And we give the city a lot of money. I think we've given the city in the last couple of years $500,000 to do it. And in Palo Alto, it's the highest price. We pay, I think, the most to pay people to rip out your lawns. You can even go to our website. I think we have it on the next page. And it's kind of like Amazon. You can go there for free and get, there's a shopping cart, but it doesn't cost you any money. And you just put in stuff like shower heads and it shows up at your door. So basically that's the story. The drought is real. This year is bad, but next year could be really grim. So I'm here to answer questions or help solve your problems within reason. Thank you for allowing me to talk. So I stand ready.
Thank you, Gary. That 16 million is all accounted for and very much appreciated by the city. But that was a pretty grim picture. I appreciate you coming to update us. We did this as a special order, not really a study session. So if there are questions, I think council members and the public, you can reach out to Gary and to Valley Water for more information. So rather than open it up, I think we'll just end it there. But thank you, Gary. Really kind of eye-opening and very much appreciated.
Right. And just remember, conservation, every drop saved right now is a drop that we'll have next year. So don't be shy on conservation. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move forward with item number 2, which is a study session on 280 and 300 Lambert Avenue. Staff like to go ahead?
Yes, very good. Let me ask Mr. Lee and Sheldon Singh, I think prepared to start the presentation, do an overview of this project.
Yep, that's exactly right. I'll just let Sheldon take it from here. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Sheldon Singh. I'm a contract planner. I'm the project planner for this project. I have a presentation. The applicant is also in attendance and they have their presentation as well. So a little bit of background and context is that the city is in need to find ways to address housing. And the planned home zone process was started to seek input from pre-screening applications. There's a set criteria, including more housing in a project. And what we're learning is that there are a lot of trade-offs with these projects, such as increased density, massing, and height. Some newer criteria for the planned home zoning projects. The project would provide 20% affordable housing and is a 100% housing project, so eliminating the existing non-residential space on site. Additionally, the project is not located in low-density residential and is located in commercial area east of 101 that allows higher density housing. So the project is on 2 parcels and will need to be merged. That will total 0.6 acres in size. The site is also located within North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. A little overview of the project. It's 49, the net 49 units on the site that would come in 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. And the net loss of the demolished increase in jobs. The project is proposing 2 buildings, and the building to the rear would be 55 feet in height. That does not comply with the zoning code, as well as the 2.66 FAR, 70,000 square foot building that does exceed the base zoning. It is compliant with the 20% inclusionary requirement. So it's 20% of the units would be balanced affordability. So that's 10 units in total. So on the right side of the slide is it's information from your packet. It shows the project is adjacent to RM30 and across the street from R1 zoning, as well as GM and public facility zoning. So that's the expansion Bulwark Park. And to implement the project, there would be some zoning amendments, some issues to consider, such as height, floor area, lot coverage, and setbacks that we'll go into. So first off, it includes 10 townhouse style units, 3 stories above ground, and 1 level is in the basement. And that's at 35 feet high. The rear building includes 39 units and 5 floors, and there's also a basement for parking. That would be for both buildings. The height limit is 50 feet, and that's imposed by the planned community PC standards when adjacent to RM properties such as RM30. The proposed height here, as I mentioned, for the front building is 35 feet, and that's consistent with the streetscape there. The rear building is 55 feet. And so that's not consistent with the underlying zoning code as well as the PC code, as I mentioned. That's 10% greater than the height limit of 50 feet. So the project does propose for floor area 2.66 FAR over the 0.6 acre site, where a compliant project FAR, the CES zone is 0.6. So you can just see a different perspective of the project here. And you see the 35-foot building in the front, and then the 55-foot building in the rear. And of course, behind that is the creek. And then on the right, you kind of see the context of the area currently. This would be one of the taller buildings, if not tallest building in this immediate area. The project is, as I mentioned, within a North Ventura coordinated area plan. The council did see some alternatives back in June. And the project appears to be consistent with many of the council's goals for this area. And it appears to be consistent with the range of alternatives discussed at the council in June, including the amount of affordable housing proposed and near to the expected height. I think we were projecting 50 feet here. And as I mentioned, again, it's at 55 feet. So some policy implications with each planned home zone, there's different, does present unique challenges for development. And we need to weigh the trade-offs for the project. So this project does include 100% residential. There's no commercial or mixed zoning on this site. It does include 20% affordable housing. That's 10 units of the 49. It is across the street from R1, and it is also located with a new area plan that's being considered. And so the trade-offs is that it is proposing increased height that's not compliant with the code, increase in FAR, increase in lot coverage that comes with additional density. And then also there's a reduction in the rear yard setback at the ground level. And we're in conversations regarding that being conforming, maybe having an easement over the area that's adjacent to the creek, provide an access to some open space amenities. And so we would expect that to be the case. Process under non-binding, non-action required for legislative changes prior to submittal of the formal application. These pre-screenings are intended to solicit early feedback on proposed projects and can't result in any formal action. And the council should refrain from forming firm opinions supporting or opposing the project, as it will return in the future. The staff does recommend the council conduct a pre-screening review and provide informal comments regarding the applicant's request to rezone the subject CS zone properties to planned home zoning. And the comments provided during the pre-screen process are not binding on the city or the applicant. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think now I believe we go to the applicant.
Yep.
So that's Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor DuBois and members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. And Sheldon, thank you very much for your presentation. We're excited to share a little more about this project in the North Ventura area. So as Sheldon mentioned, the property is proposed at two adjacent lots, 280 and 300 Lambert. You can see a little bit in terms of context. We've got the Matadero Creek kind of wraps up around the north side of the lot. We've got Lambert Avenue along the bottom edge. And Lambert really is the sort of boundary between the North Ventura area and the South Ventura area. The parking lot here is the Fry's electronics parking lot. And you can see the building there above that. In terms of looking at sort of the zoning confluence in the area, I think these diagrams could be a little bit hard to read, but you can see the RM30 just north of the site, which is the Fry's electronics site, and the R1 neighborhood in the South Ventura area that's just creeping up and has a little nose here on Lambert Avenue. And then you've got commercial areas here on the left and to the right. And so if you kind of simplify that contextual view, you've got a multifamily zone to the north, a single family zone to the south, and commercial off to the west. And And when we really sort of got down looking at the site, trying to understand what made the most sense, whether it was a mixed use project where we might keep some of the commercial in place, we felt like it made more sense to treat this as a 100% residential project and allow the residential areas to start to stitch together and relate together a little bit better. As Sheldon mentioned, the site's located at the edge of the NVCAP area, and this lighter orange designation here is described as mixed use. And with the additional description being that the office, which in our case would be commercial space, we don't have office, but currently there's automotive uses on site, may remain or be replaced, and that additional floor area would be residential. In keeping with that and the overwhelming kind of input that we've seen from residents in past projects in the neighborhood, we decided that an all residential project would be a better fit here. So the program summary is, again, eliminate the existing commercial use and provide a new 100% residential project with 49 condos. And all the parking is provided in the basement below grade. We are meeting and exceeding, in some cases, the two key eligibility requirements to use the PhD vehicle in the zoning ordinance for the project. One is that we're meeting the 20% affordable housing goal, and although we haven't specified it at this point, it's very early. We've looked at both option A and option B in terms of distribution of income rates, and we think both are plausible ways of moving forward. And the second criteria being the positive impact on the housing and jobs balance or imbalance, as we're eliminating jobs by removal of the commercial and bringing in residential units. So as Sheldon mentioned, the project really consists of two main bars of the building. There's one element in the front that's 35 feet and 3 stories tall, and it's broken down intentionally to allow each residential unit to have its own expression and face on the street. And that was very intentional. We did not want a blank facade or something that didn't engage and didn't feel residential, and decided the best use would be to create actual front doors on the north side of Lambert Avenue. So that's the front bar, and then behind it is the 5-story bar, which is wide enough to now have an internal corridor and have units on both the front and the rear. A little closer look at the ground floor plan. You can see here the 4 residential townhouse units that line up on the street. To the left of that is the garage entrance that takes you down, and then the utility bar to the left of that. These 4 units in the front, they have a floor below grade and above grade. And you can see here in this X is actually an outdoor courtyard that extends down to the basement to allow light and air to filter down into the bedrooms that are below grade. Between the front bar and the back bar, there is a courtyard in the middle with hardscape and landscape that spills out into an entry plaza on the corner, facing towards the other residential users across the street. And then in the back bar, the front piece of it that fronts the courtyard here are the shared amenity spaces. Totally not totally determined yet exactly what those are early in the game, but shared uses for the people living here, as well as bike parking, and then wrapping around the back with these 4 units. And again, it's just these 2 fingers here of the units that reach out past the typical 10-foot setback just on the ground floor. You can see here there's an arc. This line, this dashed line, that indicates the 150-foot setback distance from the R1 property across the street. And there's a smaller arc in the front that's 50 feet. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that in recent months about how to clarify the understanding of that in the code. And I imagine that'll be a question for some. This is a very early representation, by no means a finished design, but something to convey the intentional differentiation here of the front segment element of the building really being broken down in scale and having a clearly residential feel, right, where each residential unit has its own face on the street, and an inviting entrance at the corner back into the entry courtyard. You can see here in section, it's a little hard to see, but it's a faint outline of a person standing across the street on Lambert Avenue. Gives you a sense for how effective the massing is at allowing the 3-story front element to really establish the feel and scale of the project on the street, as the 5-story element behind isn't visible when looking directly on. You have to really get down to oblique views down the street to start to read it more. As was mentioned, the proposed height for the rear element is 55 feet, as opposed to the typical 50-foot height limit. I'll take you very quickly through the other plans in the building. The basement is primarily parking. The parking around the perimeter is all in stackers, and the parking in the middle would be sort of at grade parking, as well as a few stalls off next to the townhouses, and in orange are the townhouses reaching down into the basement. Levels 2 and 3, again, you can clearly read the rear bar and the front bar. All the townhouses in the front are 2-bedroom units. And in the back, we have a mix of 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, and 3-bedroom units. Levels 4 and 5 would both be very similar to each other, similar unit distribution. Again, you can see the arc here designating the distance from R1. So these areas within the 4th and 5th floor would be above, clearly above that height designation. So in sum, we're proposing 5 3-bedroom units, 21 2-bedrooms, 23 1-bedrooms for a total of 49 units, 10 of which would be affordable for a 24.4% BMR percentage. Overall floor area of about 70,000 square feet with an FAR of 2.6, and we had a parking calculation off to the right. So the straight up calculation from the code ends up at 75 spaces, which with a robust transportation demand management plan, we'll be requesting a reduction of just under 15%, get down to 64 spaces, which is what we can provide in one level of basement. It was really important to us, the way that this building was conceived, that the units in the front work, that they make sense, that they're places that you would want to live, especially with bringing them down into the basement and having them closer to the street than a typical R1 unit. But we feel like with a combination of landscape screening and a porch, as well as allowing the bedrooms to be down below and taken off of direct eye line sight from the street, that we've achieved that. And we're pretty excited about these units, actually. These are the units above grade, pretty straightforward, bedrooms on one floor and living space on another. I'll take you through just a few 2-dimensional elevation views. So this is, again, standing on Lambert Street, looking straight at the project. You can see here the 3-story element in the front, and ghosted in here is the 5-story element behind. Moving back into the courtyard, you see the courtyard with the common spaces here at grade and the units above. This would be the west face and the east face with the entry corner here. You see here a stair that takes you up to the units in the rear at the 2nd and 3rd floors, which can also be accessed by an elevator and stair from within the core of the rear element. Street view here from the entry corner. Looking from the opposing corner. And again, straight on here as you would see it in perspective. And a few closer up views here of the entrances. You can see the front doors, the screening areas, and the depressed outdoor terrace spaces. So we're really excited about the project. We held a public outreach meeting last week and had a few neighbors come and talk and hear about the project. We're excited to share with them. We're excited to hear your input as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll now hear from members of the public that like to comment on this project. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. We will stop taking speakers after the second speaker finishes. All right, and we'll go ahead and start with Waldeck Kazmarski. You can go ahead. Waldeck, are you there? All right, I'm gonna move on to Jeff Levinsky. Jeff, you should be able to talk.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and good evening, council members. I think there's some confusion about the height rule for PCs next to RM30. The rule says that the building needs to be 35 feet tall within 150 feet of RM30, not 50 feet tall, as we heard earlier tonight. You could read the law for yourself on packet page 16 and footnote 7. It's in your staff report. It makes no distinction between R1 and RM30. So if the R1 triggers a 35-foot height limit in the front, so does the RM30 in the back. So the proposed height of 55 feet is way taller than what's allowed by our law for PCs. Now, not all projects have to follow this rule. If the project tonight were for 100% affordable housing, then most of the lot could be built at 50 foot high. And we even have a waiver process to allow greater flexibility than that. And it's appropriate that we give greater incentives to projects that provide the greatest public benefit. 100% affordable housing building provides far more public benefit than one that provides just 20% like this one. We're never going to meet our RHNA goals for below market rate housing if we keep building these 20% projects, because each one of these takes away land and opportunities that affordable housing providers could build on, and it ratchets up the price for what little land remains in our city that affordable housing providers could hope to buy. I try to estimate how much we're losing in potential community benefits by having just this one project be 20% affordable rather than 100%. Based on the numbers in the staff report, it looks like this project alone is taking away the opportunity to provide around $45 million in additional affordable housing benefits. That's the loss to the people in our community who need that housing, and it's a tragedy for the rest of us too. So why are we doing it? Because we've deluded ourselves into thinking that the PHZ is the solution to our housing problems, when in fact it is the problem. So please enforce our 30-foot height limit on this project across the whole project, not just for the R1. But also ask yourself this: why do we continue to provide incentives worth countless millions of dollars to the very projects that make it harder to meet the vital goals of our community for affordable housing? We need to turn that around. You can start tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to Waldeck if you're there. Let me see. Should be able to speak. Okay, maybe we'll come back to him at the end. Our next speaker is on the phone with the last 3 digits, 002.
Yes, council members, this is Terry Holzmer. I'd like to first of all thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I live very close to this neighborhood and to this housing development on Lambert. Very quickly, I'd like to remind you, as Jeff Levinsky just said, of the current codes governing PHC's projects. It clearly says that such projects that are within 150 feet of residentially zoned areas, such as RM30, to be no more than 35 feet high. It's clear, looking at the city's own zoning maps, that this property does abut at least 2 other RM30 zones. It's important that the zoning conditions remain in place in all of Palo Alto for all residential zones. Whether they be R1 or RM40, They should be treated the same exact way. We deserve the same protections and rights that all residential neighborhoods enjoy. Finally, as a member of the NVCAP working group for more than 2 years, I'd like to remind Council again that the chart that was shown on the screen showed 3B. It's important to know that alternative was supported by only one member of our group. That is not a true representation of what the working group asked for. And I hope that you, when your consultations come up about the working group again, you'll reconsider that position. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Saunders.
Okay, good evening, council members, staff members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't need to repeat much of what was said already by Jeff Levinsky and Terry Holsimer, but I am very concerned about the ignoring, you know, is it municipal code 18-38-150. I actually am starting to read the code because of so much going on in North Ventura that is concerning. And I really can't see how this project deserves a 50-foot height anywhere. You know, if it were all affordable, hey, come back and talk to me. But this is a for-profit project that is kind of, you know, blow out North Ventura. And as you know, I'm very concerned that North Ventura and Ventura in general does not have parity with other neighborhoods in the community. I just would like Ventura to be treated equal among sisters and brothers across the town. So, you know, and this is a terrible precedent. Here, I mean, this is going to make it impossible to build the affordable housing that we need. We've met our RHNA goals. You all know this. So why do we underwrite and give away our zoning to a for-profit developer? That I will just cannot countenance. Thank you so much for hearing me this evening. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi there, my name is Kelsey Baines. I am a resident of Palo Alto and am calling to urge you to support what looks to me like a very modestly sized apartment building. It's very attractive. It has a really nice transition. I like how there are kind of door fronts on the street that look very attractive and make it feel walkable. It's close to transit, it's close to services, it's close to jobs. I think the feedback you all give tonight and whether or not this project moves forward as a real proposal, it should be informative for our housing element process. This size of project is feasible to build, requires no subsidy, and may not be 100% affordable in the sense that it's a nonprofit developer building subsidized below market rate housing. But these are relatively affordable types of homes relative to what is being built in Ventura today, which are multi-million-dollar single-family homes. If you go around Ventura, you will see what the new construction is these very large single-family homes, and relative to those new construction, or that new construction rather, these condos would be relatively affordable. And relative affordability does matter, especially to people in the middle class who are not going to qualify for below market rate subsidized homes, but may want to be able to have a future in this community. And I think we need to think about those people as we plan for the future, as well as low-income people. I, of course, support 100% affordable housing, I don't think this project would detract from building 100% affordable housing. And I would encourage the council to look to things like our public surface parking lots as potential sites for affordable housing that we could build today if we partner with the county to use Measure A funds. So I think the proposal that this housing would be in opposition to building affordable housing, I think is false. We can and should and must do both. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ryan. I'm a former resident of Palo Alto. I recently moved to San Jose because my family wanted to own our own home. We could not do that in Palo Alto. And so we bought a townhouse style condo in San Jose. And I just wanted to call to support this project. We need more projects like this in San Jose and in Palo Alto. And I just want to echo that everything that Kelsey said before me. This is, it's 50 new homes, 10 of which are affordable. It's in a great location, as Kelsey mentioned, near transit and near shops and jobs. So yeah, it's a great project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll try Waldeck one last time. You should be able to speak if you're there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fine. Okay, so I live at 281 Lambert, which, according to the applicant, that makes me a tip of that nosing from residential area. And for me, this project is not about this 5 feet height that everybody mentioned, but it's a density that it scares me. Right now, in this end of the street, we have 5 houses, and this single unit is proposing about 50. And that means that we are densifying this area 10 times. Proportionally, if we would develop the whole North Ventura site to the same level, we would end up with 4,800 units there. And that was never, I was part of NV Cup, and that was never the idea that we were supporting. This project is the first project, and it sets the standard. And it's so dense, there is hardly any greenery around. It's basically one big block that just sits on it. And if we approve this one, then the consecutive projects going to come in a similar fashion, because how are we going to tell the others that they cannot build something equally dense if we allow the first one that way? So again, it's 5 feet higher building, I can take it, but it is how many people are going to actually unload on that street? How many people are going to be driving the cars in front of our houses? We were talking about making the Park Avenue some more pedestrian friendly area. If we will develop the end of this street with equal density all the way through to Park Avenue, we're going to have 150, 200 units there. That is absurd. So here is I understand the need for densifying to lower the cost of housing. I understand the need for densifying because we need more housing units, but it has to be proportional. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go take it back to council. And this is a study session, so we'll do kind of one round of comments. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening. Thanks to staff. Thank you to the applicant and members of public who spoke. Let me start with what I like about this project. It's nicely stepped back. I like the fact that these are units for families. 65% of the units are 2 bedrooms or larger. I know at least one of my council members feels differently, but I feel it's important that families be able to live here. What I like about the condo, and one of the speaker, actually two of the speakers touched on this, is it's an entry. It's a way for people to enter the housing market if they have good incomes, but not enough wealth to afford $3, $4, $5 million for a home. And we've got lots of people who live here who fall into that category, and there will be more who come here and because they've been at Stanford or they're working here. You know, our family ourselves, we started with a condo. So I think that's a great option to have. One of the speakers addressed community benefits. Rough math, it's between 15 and $17 million of community benefits. 15 million if you use the 750,000 per door figure that Wilton Court was. If you use the 1.7 million average cost, that would be at 17 million. So I think it's important for the public to understand that that's what we're getting here. We're getting 15 to $17 million of community benefits and 10 families who will be able to live here who otherwise wouldn't be. As usual, I've said this before, I'm comfortable with the 10% increase, 55 height limit, if it gets us a floor of affordable housing, and that's essentially exactly what happens here. We'll get 10 units. It looks like there are 9 on each of the ones that are stepped back. I thank Mr. Assing for starting out by talking about trade-offs. There are a few trade-offs, right? And we knew when we established the PHC that we'd have to make a few compromises. And we've seen, I don't know how many we're up to now. I think we're getting close to 8 or so. There are compromises we have to make. In this situation, the compromises that this applicant is suggesting seem more than appropriate to me. It was a little hard to figure out from the plans, but eventually I got that there are 6 on the upper and 4 on the lower from the townhomes. That took me a little while, but I like the way that that is accessible to people on the street. It's not a block. It's welcoming, very thoughtfully done. One quick question. I wasn't sure what 278 Lambert is. I don't know if either staff or the applicant can address it. It looks like there is a small building behind 280 that's RM30. I didn't quite understand what that was, and it looks like it's quite close to the building. So if staff
Yeah, I actually don't know what that is offhand. I can look at it, or maybe the applicant might know by any chance.
Mayor Du Bois, if the applicant knows, may he address this?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Galbraith, do you happen to know what's at 278 Lambert?
That small building in the back, I do not. Actually, one of the people that came to the neighborhood meeting knew what it was, though.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well,
but the rest of the immediately to the right of the property, there's a very narrow property that looks like it's just access, right, to a long property that reaches out to Park Boulevard, which has a commercial building on it. So I think the building in the back was some kind of support structure, I believe.
Okay. Okay. But it's not housing, to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Okay, great. Let me see if there was anything else. I realized my timer started late, so cognizant of time. So let me just, I thank staff for suggesting that those 2 units that extend into the rear setback be adjusted. I think that will be important for access to Matadero Creek and whatever it is that, that we hope to do there. I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors about traffic and density, but it appears to me that this is manageable within the environment, and the reduction in parking is minimal and I think doable. So those are my comments. Thank you so much for bringing this forward and hope to see it again.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, should we? Okay, there we go. Vice Mayor Burke.
Okay, thanks. So this getting a 100% housing project, I think replacing a couple of auto repair facilities across the street from or diagonal from mostly from R1 is generally a positive development. the floor area ratio for this project is 2.66. And what the council has said is that we are looking at the PHC for moderate allowances above the base zoning, and that's fairly significant. And I think it gives us ability to support the project and still look for how to make it a better project, more compatible with the neighborhood. And one of the things that I would like to see is more of a step down on the units or the floors that are most closest to the diagonal R1 housing. So where we have on the front of the street, it goes up to 3-story. Could it be a 2-story? That same corner behind it, could it go from 5 to 4? We have a very creative architectural review board that the project will be going through, and I would like to see work done on that concept. I'd also I saw that there was discussion about the TDM program and kind of a linkage between that and the parking requirement, and that certainly is an important linkage. But TDM programs for me are really prerequisites for this area. If we're looking at transit-oriented development around the Caltrain and Cal Ave area with its walkable services, and Caltrain's electrification within now 3 years, it's really important that we drive toward not only a TDM program to reduce parking, but to reduce the impact of car trips on traffic, and how important that is to our climate action plan going forward. So it's 3 reasons why TDM programs should be really integrated in all of these projects, and that we have to make sure that we have a mechanism for verification, and which I really think is an extensive self-certification, which reduces the burden on staff and yet increases the accountability for it at the same time. I'd also like to just commend that we do have a mix of sizes of the housing. We're getting a whole bunch of new projects, and overwhelmingly, they're very small units for singles and at most 1 bedroom and more studios. And having a mix here is very important. We have the expanded Boulware Park that's coming in right next door. We do have a problem in this area of not having good bike access for kids to be able to get to schools. And we're going to be having some opportunities to talk about that in the coming period. But the Loma Verde bike bridge, I think for a whole series of reasons, we as a council and a city need to elevate that and get that going sooner rather than later. One question was about kind of shared amenities and shared open space. I would really encourage the developer to look at a concept of a local small community garden that just would build neighborhood or within your project a sense of community, whether that's rooftop or otherwise. I'd really encourage that exploration. And lastly, I just want to comment to folks who were saying, well, this is relatively affordable. We have definitions of affordable housing. RENA uses those definitions. I think we're kind of, these will not be cheap units. Buying a condo is cheaper than buying a home. Yes, that's a given. They will not be under anybody's definition of affordable other than the subsidized units. And to get the projects that we'd love to see that are 100% affordable, we're going to have to look at other mechanisms of funding that we're going to have upcoming discussions on, other zoning changes that favor the affordable, and look at ways to utilize public land to help support affordable housing. But other than that, I think that this project is in the right ballpark, and support it moving forward for refinements and improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, I got piggybacking on the vice mayor's point there at the end. Yeah, I agree. I do think we need to be more intellectually honest about the affordability of these mostly market rate housing projects. I mean, we need more housing and housing of all types, but the cheapest market rate unit here is a 1-bedroom condo that's estimated to cost about $987,500. After all the costs are associated with purchasing a new home is considered, that's going to make the cheapest unit here over $1 million. I don't know, saying this is relatively affordable is like a Porsche salesperson trying to sell me a new sports car by saying a Porsche is relatively affordable compared to a Ferrari. Sure, that may be true, but that doesn't make the Porsche affordable. The same thing applies here for this housing. Now, that being said, I agree. We're not going to get, unfortunately, given our financial constraints and kind of the lack of really kind of tools in the tool chest at this point, I don't think we're going to be able to get to that point where we're having 100% affordable housing units being built in this location, unfortunately. So I do appreciate this project coming forward. I agree with a lot of the benefits that Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor Burke recognized. I think a lot of that's true. I generally like the design. I think this is an area that makes sense for some housing growth, given its proximity to Caltrain and Stanford Research Park, as well as other amenities within the city. So I think this is a good spot for it. And hey, 49 units and 10 actually affordable units is helping us move the needle in the right direction. I know a lot of residents are frustrated that it is not moving that needle far enough, fast enough, but unfortunately, this progress is slow, and I think there's room for improvement here to be able to improve this project. Though, when it comes to the PHZ, I'm comfortable with moderate trade-offs between our zoning code in order to encourage greater affordable housing production. But I do want to make sure that we are applying the appropriate law, just to be able to know, are we truly making a moderate trade-off, and which ones those are. So I do have maybe a question for Director Lade or maybe for Ms. Stump. Just wondering, some residents kind of addressed our municipal code 18.38.150B. Has your office interpreted how that applies to this project? Is this truly a 35-foot limit in this area? Is it 50 foot? If you can address that, that would be helpful.
So Molly, I'll take that, and you can weigh in if you have a different perspective. So there's a couple of areas that I think you need to look at in the code. One is the CS zoning development standards, which sets forth the 50-foot height limit or 35 feet if within 150 feet of a residential district. And I'll acknowledge that this is and it was referenced, I think, in public comment and in presentations. This is an area that's getting a lot of attention right now because we're processing we're trying to prepare some objective standards to present to the city council related to SB 35. We're not trying to change any of the regulations. We're just simply trying to make clear what the standards are. And this particular issue has gotten some interest in the community because of how staff has interpreted that. And we're still looking at some of the particulars of that relationship between 150 feet and some other aspects. It is poorly written, to say the least, in the code, but it's also a blend, as I understand it, of different chapters that predate the current writing. And so it's really, it does require some analysis for us to go back and take a look at that, specifically as it relates to our commercial districts, the CS, the CN, and so forth. However, I'll note I believe the referenced code section that you started with in your question refers to the planned community section of the code, or if not, that's the other relevant section of the code that we need to take a look at. And there is a reference to the maximum height, and this is not new to the council. You've seen this in other pre-screenings for you. This section of the code says 50 feet, not to exceed 50 feet, but then it has some other provisions that says if you're within 150 feet of a residential district, that it shall not be more than 35 feet. But the part that I think the community has overlooked perhaps is an area, the next sentence that says for projects that include 60% more floor area, 60% or more floor area, the height limit shall be 50 feet when adjacent, excuse me, apologize for my dog, when next to a RM, I think 4 or an RM5, and those are roughly equivalent to the RM30 and RM40 sections that we have in the code today. So a long-winded response, and I apologize for that, but fair enough that we need to take a look at our codes. We need to be very clear as the community about what our expectations are at these adjacency issues. The PC chapter, we know requires some kind of an amendment, but I think the current language of the code is implicit in its willingness to contemplate at least up to 50 feet near the RM30 and RM40. And I fully appreciate that there's other people in the community that have a different perspective, and ultimately this will be something that the city council is going to have to weigh in on. But that's sort of the staff perspective at this time.
Yeah, I appreciate not only your candor, but the explanation on that part of the code. And I think going forward, having a better understanding of exactly how that is being applied here is important. Because again, I think if the height limit is 50 feet and we are allowing an additional 5 feet for the increased affordable housing, I think that's a fair trade-off. If it's 35 feet, so we're doing 20 feet difference. I think that's a greater community discussion that we need to have, because I do think it's important to be able to have consistency for neighborhoods and residents to kind of recognize, how much are we willing to negotiate with developers on this to be able to get that additional housing. So having that clarification would be really helpful going forward. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I just want to say thank you for bringing the project forward for consideration and pre-screening. Housing is something that that we have to look into, and so we are. And you have brought forward 100% housing project and not mixed use, so that is great and appreciated. At the same time, what Councilmember Stone had questioned in regards to our municipal codes and zoning, it does need to be clarified. So until that is done, it's very hard to say anything about this project because there's a lot of confusion. For me, the PC zoning is already, there's a lot of exceptions and things that the developer can get to make their projects larger, bigger, and more dense, and with less parking and so forth. And, those are already a lot of benefits towards the developer. So it's very hard for me to look at this and say that the city or the residents of Palo Alto is getting very much out of this. It continues to offend me when PHZ says that it focuses on housing as the benefit to the community when the affordable housing, affordable below market rate, because affordable has been used just been abused like anything. Now the new phrase is relative affordable. So I just have to say, that the fact that it's not fully 100% below market rate housing. It does trouble me that there are so many giveaways through this PHZ process. And the other matter is, I do have a question where, oh, let me just finish. You know, we do have a deficit in parkland per resident. So this is just going to heighten it some more, where it'll contribute to even more deficit. The other thing that I have problems with is the mechanical lifts. Basically, there's been no tracking on whether these lifts actually work or not. Or, I mean, they take, whether, when I say work or not, is whether they take cars off the streets and it's actually parked. There's been no studies on that, and really no updates about that either. So it's very hard for me to accept lowered number of parking spaces. My other matter is, even though the city may be making 15 to 17 million because of this development, I cannot accept that neighbors or residents' quality of life is going to be impacted greatly. So those are some of the things that I have to kind of put out there. So what I do support is, I do support that we have projects that follow Palo Alto's codes. I do have a question where staff continues to, or even the presentation on this project continues to talk about the height and transition from R1s, but right behind this project is couple of properties, and they fall under RM30. Why is that kind of not mentioned, that there should be a transition as well? And my second question is, RM4 and RM5, we don't have those codes anymore. So why is that? I mean, we don't have those zones anymore. Why is that brought into this planning?
Thank you, Council Member. So I believe there are references to the height limit in the staff report. I appreciate that it's not as explicit as maybe it could have been, speaking about those issues, and we'll certainly endeavor to make sure that we're really clear on the issue of height, because we understand that this is an important issue when it comes to these. So we'll work on that on our end for future reports and presentations. With respect to the RM4 and RM5 designation, this does go sort of beyond my time with Palo Alto, but what I've understand talking with staff who've been here for much longer than I have, that these are references to the higher density residential zones that had existed before the RM30 and RM40 designations. And so it's just a function of the code not being cleaned up. This is a long-standing issue that our planners have, of course, is that the zoning code has a lot of outmoded references, and it does create some challenges in our administration of the document. It's been a long time since we comprehensively updated the zoning code, and I would say we're overdue on that issue. So I think it's us trying to navigate the old language with more contemporary standards that are put into place.
Thanks for that. Definitely needs to be cleaned up and also strengthened. Although I do want to mention, and I know my time is up, but I do want to mention, as we're moving forward and looking into building more housing and so forth, we as a city need to get more, to provide more trust and let people, let the general public as well as the residents trust our process. So it has to be pretty clear about what these codes are and what we're following. Lastly, I just want to say, congratulations to the public commenter who has purchased his first property. He's on the road, even though it's not in Palo Alto, but that's on the road to building equity and maybe later on moving to Palo Alto like most of us did. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so just want to thank the applicant for bringing this forward, committee for the feedback, and of course staff for your review on this project. What I liked about this project was I definitely like the stacked parking in the basement. I believe basements are really great places for cars versus people. So I liked how the project put that below ground. I would encourage perhaps to get more stackers so that you could get all 75 cars versus only 64 cars parked. So I think that would be a good thing. If you could fit it in somehow, I think that would be that would lessen any impacts. And then I want to ask either the applicant or staff, in terms of bike parking, I couldn't quite understand what it was saying in terms of how much bike parking there would be. Can someone talk about that?
Sure. I think, Sheldon, if you have the answer, I'll note these are conceptual plans, and some of those details may not have been vetted out, but clearly an important concept and code standard for us to look at, particularly in this neighborhood. Sheldon, do you have a response to the bicycle parking?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to build upon yours. We have in our table, our conformance table, and that's one thing where we state that what's proposed is unclear. They have designated some area in space, but they don't provide the numbers just yet. So we don't know exactly at this time, but we would expect that to conform.
Okay. Yeah. Don't know if it does or doesn't. I did see the thing that says unclear. So, yeah, I think this is kind of near transit. It's not that far. Caltrain is not that far away, and if there is parking, bike parking, that helps make this more conducive for people that would take Caltrain to commute. So, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing full compliance, if not over compliance, in this area. And then the other part that I think would be neat is I'm a strong believer that more affordable units are smaller units. They're naturally more affordable and cost less per square foot to build. You know, we're basically each unit takes a certain amount of land, certain amount of construction cost, and smaller units, more people that can be helped, and naturally more affordable, even without subsidies. So would like to actually see more in that direction. Now I understand the constraint on parking, which is why I'm encouraging more aggressive, puzzle lists or kind of stack parking mechanisms, which you could possibly do with the same amount of basement space, but you could stuff more cars in there. Most parking structures are very inefficient in terms of their utilization of space. Since this is mainly residential, there's not going to be as much trouble in terms of how to use these systems. So I think that might be a more a way to actually perhaps get more smaller units, as well as get the project fully parked. And then my last thought here is I do think this is exceeding daylight plane and FAR and height and whatnot. So I think one thing that might help this win some neighborhood buy-in is some sort of, in the old days with PCs, we had, or planned communities, we had this idea of a public benefit, but I'm just trying to think of what could be done here. It's not that big of a parcel, but some sort of public space or community space would be nice. I don't know if it's like a meeting room or rooftop garden or what, but if something could be done in that regards to make it, to kind of win more fans in a neighborhood, I think that would be good. I don't really have any set opinion on this. I'm just trying to think of when the community sees it being built, how to get more buy-in. So anyway, that's just some suggestions. But thank you anyways for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm batting cleanup here. So just wanted to say, I know under the planned housing zone, you can choose different mixes of affordability. Personally, I'd like to see some extremely low and very low units. You get credit for those. I had a question about timing on the project to the applicant. I guess, how fast do you see this project proceeding? And my question is really about, would it fall in our current housing element or our next housing element?
I mean, as is typical, it's going to take several years before we'd have shovels in the ground. I think we'd anticipate an entitlement process of at least a year from now, and then probably another year for building permits, and then a construction timeframe of another year and a half. So probably in the rough order of magnitude of probably 3.5 years from now.
Okay, thank you. So on the question of the height limit, 35 feet or 50 feet, the current CS zoning limit would be 35. We also have our context and massing ordinances, and this is basically surrounded by single-story buildings. So it is quite, I think, a large concession to go up to 50 feet. And the benefit we're getting here is the additional 5% affordable units above our required 15%. So for this project, that's about 2.5 additional units. I agree with the comments the vice mayor made about considering stepping down, on the side closest to the R1 homes. So those are kind of the negatives of the project that I see. On the positive side, well, actually, there was one other comment I wanted to make, which was, we also have this issue of privacy and invading people's privacy when we go to these large buildings near smaller ones. And so what is the plan for the use of the roof? Maybe Jeff, you could answer that.
Yeah, so we thought about the potential inclusion of a rooftop garden. We did not include that here. They're great. They're also complicated, require additional waterproofing and structural considerations, as well as egress. When you put people on top of a building, especially one that's 5 stories up, you start running into building code complications. So we're not currently proposing that, but it's interesting to hear the feedback.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer not to see active use of the roof. Just I would be concerned about more privacy issues if we're going to build a lot of housing kind of around this building. So, you're asking for a lot of zoning concessions. It's primarily, it's 80% market rate housing. And the other thing I'd say is we're seeing a lot of what I would call cookie cutter designs, very similar looking housing kind of throughout the Bay Area. It'd be really nice to see something that's a little less industrial looking that really fits in with the residential area. And I know it doesn't look like that residential today, but that's where we want to head. And then we also have the cannery there, which is a historic resource. On the positive side, it is housing. It is 20% affordable. It's a 100% housing project. And I also like that it's ownership housing. And so where I kind of come out on this is I think overall I'd be supportive of the project with just some slight changes. I'd really like to see you stay at the 50-foot height limit. I'm talking about losing that extra 5 feet. We talked about the easement for the creek. We're talking about potentially trying to naturalize that creek and making it more park-like. And so I think if we could preserve that option, that would be great. The idea of less mass near the R1 homes. And then again, where I started, which would be to see some of the lower BMR income levels supported in this project. So again, I see you asking for a lot of concessions. I'd be willing to go there with just some slight adjustments. So thank you. And thank you for coming to us tonight with this pre-screening.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to move on with the meeting. The next item is agenda changes and deletions. So wanted to note that the closed session, which was item number 6, is going to be moved to next week, August 23rd. And then also note that we have no consent calendar tonight, or no consent items. Let's go ahead and do oral communications. Yeah, Councilmember Cormack.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I realize I don't have the action minutes, and that will come after oral communications. I see in the packet it said they'd be distributed, but I didn't receive them on paper. I don't know if others did.
Okay, can we address that when we get to the minutes?
Sure, just alerting the clerk.
Yeah, okay. Did you get them electronically?
I mean, I'm sure they're embedded in the new version of the packet, but I wasn't set them separately. Perhaps others were.
Okay. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's go ahead and go to oral communications. It's a chance for members of the public to speak to something that's not otherwise on the agenda. So if you would like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands tonight. So I guess we will go ahead and move forward to the minutes. I don't know if the clerk can answer Councilmember Cormack's question about the minutes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the minutes were included within the packet and they are linked on the website, but they were not distributed individually to the council as was requested. So I would recommend we just continue this item to next week in full transparency to the public and council.
Okay, we could do that. If that's acceptable to all the council members. Right. Okay, so I'm going to suggest if people are ready that we go ahead and take our first 10-minute break at this point. So why don't we come back at 6:42 for city manager comments. Thank you. So council members, if you're back, please turn your camera on. We do have a quorum, but let's wait for one more. Okay, so we have five. Ed, if you'd like to proceed with city manager comments.
Very good. Will do. Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if the clerk's office is able. Oh, already step ahead of me. Doesn't take much. Go through a few slides here. Also, just as we're gearing up, I would like to just give you a heads up, council members and members of the public, that when I finish my comments, I'll hand it over to the city clerk, who I've asked to do a little walkthrough on some format changes on your printed agenda. So with that, let's lead off. Next slide, please. First, as always, I do want to do an update on where we are in terms of the pandemic. Notably, last week, we do have a new statewide health order that affects visiting hospitals in California, where visitors to California hospital must show proof of vaccination. And let's see, so we will see this, or actually it's already in effect. So notable for community awareness. Also, as always, this mask mandate has been implemented throughout the community and throughout the city facilities as well as certainly wanting members of the community to follow instructions in terms of observing their own health conditions and acting accordingly in the interest of the community at large. Next slide, please. Also notable that testing is certainly an issue of great interest. Would note the testing opportunities available in the community. We do have a weekly testing here through Curative every Tuesday at Mitchell Park Library parking lot and every Wednesday here at City Hall with hours noted. Also note that testing from the county will be coming up with a few dates here in monthly dates here in Palo Alto. Do recognize that testing interest is in some cases very time sensitive. So to the extent these schedules work for members of the community, certainly want to make sure that people are aware of the convenience offered here. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to upcoming events here in Palo Alto. Just want to note for the Charleston Arrastradero project, phase 3, as it's affectionately known. Members of the community will see active work here shortly, maybe not quite as active as shown in this photo, but we will see temporary markings, which has become part of our new protocol to ensure community members are able to see the outlines of where changes, especially curb line changes and the like, will be planned. So we'll see those temporary markings going out later this month. And there will be a community meeting coming up on September 9th from 6:30 p.m. Where members of the community can hear more specificity about what's happening, what's coming, as well as be able to provide feedback on what they see already out on the street. And as the council knows well, you really start to get people's attention when they see things on the street. And so this will be next step in this very important project to implement bike safety improvements, pedestrian safety improvements along Charleston and Arrastradero. Next slide, please. Oh, and before, sorry, there's a note there that additional information on that project is available at our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/CA corridor, all one word. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, and just an update in terms of library openings and hours available. Would note that I'm sure as many members of the community know, Mitchell Park, Rinconada, and Children's Libraries are all currently opening or currently open with days and times that are available online. In addition, want to note that within the next 10 days, downtown and College Terrace libraries will have hours of availability. These will be limited to Thursdays and Fridays afternoons, but additional hours will be provided, and obviously communication will come in advance of that coming this fall. But do want to make sure folks know that downtown and College Terrace libraries will be open later this month. Next slide, please. Okay, I also want to make the broader community aware of work that started last week with our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee. I want to thank Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember McCormack, along with all of the community members that were able to attend this really working session, the first session last week. There will be additional sessions coming up with a particular calendar that will be helpful for community members to plan their attendance on issues of interest for them. The next meeting is coming up on September 9th from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. with one of the primary topics to be discussed, residential electrification. So additional information on that effort is available at cityofpaloalto.org/climate action. Next slide, please. And want to note upcoming council items. Next week, we have additional discussion on grade separation alternatives, specifically focused on Charleston and Meadow. Then the following week, on August 30th, Foothills Fire mitigation strategies, as well as follow-up discussion on unhoused planning and strategies to assist unhoused members of the community. September 13th, recognizing we've got the Labor Day holiday on the week of September 6th. Next will be September 13th with discussion of economic recovery items, including the street closures on downtown and on California Avenue. Then looking forward to the remainder of September and beyond. We have a study session coming up with the independent police auditor, North Ventura, follow-up discussions, safe parking appeal, 505 East Charleston. And also note parking management updates on fees and other policies on the horizon. Next slide, please, and I believe is the last. And with that, let me turn it over to our city clerk, Leslie Milton.
Right. I think I'm unmuted. All right. Good evening, City Council, members of the public. I'm so pleased to be here as your new city clerk. I've been working for only a few weeks, and I've learned a lot, very much about the community and about the organization already. So one of my first priorities is to find efficiencies in the council meeting agenda and record process. The record is so important, and I want to eliminate opportunities for errors and increase public access so we can have a more accurate legislative record. So because these changes might cause some confusion, I wanted to quickly explain some of the differences that we've started and implemented on the August 23rd agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and screen share really quickly. All right. So this, the council, the very first thing that's going to be different is this is going to be one file. It's one PDF file at this point. The agenda has been provided in its entirety instead of linking to individual reports. Now, each item can be navigated. You can go to each individual item through a bookmark up here on the left-hand side. We've linked the entire agenda, all the staff reports and attachments to make them easier to find. So on the left-hand side, if you click, you'll see we have the whole agenda, and you can drill down for each item. So for the study session we just went to, if you click on the caret on the left, you can get immediately to the staff report. You can jump to attachment A, attachment B, attachment C, and you can navigate through the entire agenda packet all at once. This helps for a more comprehensive legislative record because we have the ability to add specific tags to it and to create, like, linking the agenda and the items together, as well as page numbering them. I've already noticed during the council meetings, some council members reference packet pages. Historically, the agenda items did not have packet pages because they were not combined into the packet. So the council and the public were looking at two different documents, and that creates confusion. Not going forward, they're going to be seeing the same items. The other benefit to this process is it only takes one staff member to publish the agenda packet, whereas before it took 9 or more staff members to publish the packet. So this is a much more efficient process. This also is going to help us with our legislative history going forward. We are going to be implementing more records available to the public in a searchable capacity. When they're all individual files, it becomes a little chaotic and not as easy to find what you're looking for. So this is part of a broader initiative. So let me stop sharing. A few other additional things that are going to be happening going forward. We're going to be changing some of the fonts to make them more ADA accessible. So you might see a different look to it. We are going to be working to make these agendas HTML or web-based. So if you're looking on a smart device, you should be able to search a little bit easier. I know looking at an agenda packet on your cell phone and 4 inches is not very easy. So again, this is all about increasing the access to public records for the public. And final, we are, again, I said we're working on a trend, searchable records for the history. So one last thing I wanted to mention, the city clerk's office has a few positions open. So if you know someone locally that might be interested, please go ahead and check out our website, cityofpaloalto.org. Share it with your friends. We're looking for some great people who love to serve the public. And then with regarding to this agenda packet process, I'm open to questions, thoughts, suggestions, concerns. Please feel free to send an email or give me a call. My email, the best one is city.clerk@cityofpaloalto.org. I would love to hear from the public to see if this helps or hinders your access to public information. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Now we're back from our sponsor. Thank you, Leslie. That was great. So we're going to move on to our action items. Got 2 action items tonight. The first one is, it's a Finance Committee recommendation to decline to adopt the energy storage system targets. Would staff like to go ahead and start?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Steve Batchelor from Utilities. As the mayor just mentioned, Finance and Utility staff recommend that the city decline to adopt energy storage system targets underneath the Assembly Bill 2514 at this time. AB 2414 requires California public-owned utilities to investigate whether energy storage systems are cost-effective every 3 years. Tonight, Senior Resource Planner Lena Perkins will walk you through a presentation showing you why it's not financially benefit for Palo Alto customers. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lena. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Batchelor, and I will share my screen now.
As you're getting ready, Lena, might want to get a little closer to the microphone.
Okay. Yeah, not usually one of my problems, so thank you for that. How's that? Are you hearing me better? Okay. All right. Good evening, council members. I'm going to briefly walk you through this presentation, and please feel free to stop me, move me along, or anything else.
Well, since I've already started doing that, you're currently showing your speaker mode. If you want to,
yeah, sorry,
switch the screen there, or presenter mode.
Yeah, presenter mode. Apologize here.
No worries. We all deal with this. Uh-oh, now did we lose Lena?
Yeah, you're muted if you're speaking.
You're talking, Lena.
Yeah, I am. I'm not talking, and it's a strange setting. So let me just get here. Be right back.
Let me be the first to acknowledge how hard it is to run a PowerPoint and to present on Zoom. It has a way of taking over your screen, so it's impossible to see your audience when you do it. Oh. There you go. Perfect. But you're still on mute, Lena. Just so you know. There you go.
All
Perfect.
right. And you have slide number 2 in front of you.
Yes.
Not that it matters. All right, so the brief outline of my presentation today is why are we talking about storage, the key takeaways from our modeling results, and what next, and then the recommended motion for this evening. Okay, so why are we speaking about this? Because batteries are surging in their installations and the costs are decreasing. We're required to investigate storage every 3 years. We did not set energy storage targets in 2011, 2014, or 2017. And the 2020 CPAU and CEPA analysis showed that energy storage is not yet cost effective. Therefore, CPAU will not set energy storage targets in 2020, but will continue to look for opportunities and align the incentives. So the idea behind distributed storage and utility storage, but especially distributed customer-based storage, is great. You know, you can store more renewable electricity, which will thereby lower carbon emissions. Sorry about that. Something happened here. Anyway, there's my giveaway. You can leverage distributed batteries for society, and then you can improve resiliency in catastrophic events. But the drawbacks are that right now curtailment of renewables is less costly than installing storage to capture all that curtailed renewable energy. And that's essentially because the carbon price is too low, you know, if you want a market fix for that. And it's really difficult to leverage distributed batteries for the stacked values to society because there are different use cases, and I'll go a little bit more into that with the model results. And then lastly, in terms of resiliency and catastrophic events, this definitely could work with critical locations, and it is something that we're constantly evaluating as proposals come in. Sorry, there's a little bit of a lag. So for the results, for a residential customer, batteries do not save money for the homeowner that already has solar. So other than the resiliency benefits, which are why the homeowner is installing those batteries, this is not a net cost savings. And while in a residential use case, because you're storing excess solar electricity in the middle of the day, and then you are using that electricity later in those evening peak hours, those are the most carbon intensive hours on the grid. So you are saving a little bit of carbon dioxide from being emitted. But when you look at the cost to save that carbon dioxide, it's still essentially a very expensive way to save a small amount of carbon. We can discuss this more if you want to go into the details on this graph, but I can just move along. So I'll leave that to council or mayor.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just move on to, I'll move on to the next one. I can walk through all these stack bar charts, but commercial customers actually have a different situation where, because commercial customers peak in the middle of the day, that the main driver for commercial customers to install batteries is actually to lower their peak, their monthly peak, because that is how charges and our wires are sized for them. And so for a commercial customer, they are looking to use their batteries in the middle of the day, and then they will charge them at night. So what that means is for commercial customers, while it saves commercial customers quite a bit of money, they are using their batteries during the cheapest grid hours, and they're using their batteries instead of using clean electricity from the grid, and they're charging their batteries during the dirtiest hours. So in commercial applications, almost always this is actually increasing grid emissions. And we can talk a little bit more about aligning incentives there if you want to later. And then next slide, please. So for the next steps, you can just go ahead and scroll through. Yeah, so this is, we submitted the staff report to the CEC, and we will submit the record of this meeting as well. We also we're investigating more specific cases for resiliency. We're working to align incentives as storage prices decrease. And there's also potential to consider pilots of smart electric heat pumps and smart charging for EVs. So these are some high value propositions for flexible loads when we come across, say, these flex alerts or other load shedding obligations. We could actually centrally have customers signed up saying, yes, please turn down my charging right now and save quite a bit of carbon for the grid. With that, we'll go to the recommended motion. And that is staff, the UAC, and the Finance Committee recommend that the council decline to adopt energy storage system targets under California Assembly Bill 2514 at this time, and that council receive the 2020 City of Palo Alto Utilities Energy Storage Report. The CPAU 2020 Energy Storage Report was also submitted to the California CEC in December of 2020. With that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Let me go to the chair of the Finance Committee to talk about what finance discussed. Then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back to council with questions and comments. So Councilmember Cormack, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I'd just like to draw my colleagues and the staff's attention to page 2 of the staff report, which is packet page 25, that indicates that while this is not on consent because it was a 2-1 vote, all 3 of us agreed that it is appropriate to decline to set goals. But we are here because one member of the council of the committee was interested in having a further discussion on the next steps. And thank you, Dr. Perkins, as always, for your insightful presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the members of the public. So if any member of the public would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. And we will take hands for the first 2 speakers, and then we will close the list. Right now, I see only one hand. Steve Rosenblum, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead, you should be able to talk.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I just read this item over the weekend, and I guess I would agree with Council Member Burt. There's a real lack of urgency in the staff report. It deals only with costs of things, and it seems like the problem of climate change is only a background issue. I think in Palo Alto, we're a wealthy city. We have a huge carbon footprint. We're responsible for an inordinate amount of global warming per person compared to people in the rest of the world. And I think just because the price of carbon is ridiculously low, as mentioned in the report, it's about $60 or $20 to $60 a ton. It makes all these other measures much less economically attractive. And I think just basing the whole decision on pure economics, to me, is ignoring the big problem, the gorilla in the room, so to speak, which is climate change. And the other issue, I think, besides that, is the question of resiliency, which was referred to. There's a lot of benefit to batteries as backup energy storage, because when people fire up their generators, there's a huge amount of pollution and carbon dioxide emitted from both diesels and gasoline generators. And there are many people that need to have electricity because of medical needs. So they have either batteries or backup generators anyway. I think the city could do a lot more than the staff report proposes. And I would strongly agree with Councilmember Burt that the next steps need to be included as part of the recommendation to staff, that they do more to encourage energy storage, possibly things like preferences for people that have bidirectional charging for their cars, so that the city can use them for load balancing, and the same for industry, to say if there's a power outage, that the city can take over the energy storage and reduce the how widespread the outages are. So I would just say that the report needs more urgency to it, and I hope the council will urge staff to take those next steps more immediately and not wait 3 more years. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't see any other members of the public, so we'll come back to council. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, excuse me. So as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, I wanted to bring this to the full council because while the staff and the UAC made good arguments why we should not go forward with the participation in the AB 2514 at this time, the staff report also gave a really valuable breakdown of what we would need to do to move forward on storage systems at a whole variety of levels of our system, at the utility scale projects that we have in Southern California, in locally in microgrids, and more locally at the home level. A lot of this is dependent on our upcoming smart meter program so that we can move forward effectively there. They laid out on pages 6 and 7 of the staff report the whole series of 6 categories of analysis and then implementation of these programs going forward. The problem is that we don't have resources allocated to do that. In the report to the committee, staff indicated that at least a half of a full-time person would be required for these purposes, when I really inquired whether that was what was the minimum needed to make some progress on this, or the staffing level that we need to make full-scale progress. The indication was that they need to re-examine that, but it was the minimum that we needed to make some progress is the takeaway I had. And so I wanted to enable the council to direct staff to come back to the finance committee on what the resources they need for an aggressive implementation of the plan, which is really important to our SCAP, and the electricity reliability and resilience that we need if we're going toward electrification. We have to have a strong, reliable electricity system, which includes, as part of that, backup storage. I will note that the staff report correctly pointed out that at current costs of battery systems, it would take about $200 a metric ton of carbon pricing. But carbon pricing is going up rapidly. It's projected in some quarters to get to about $120 a metric ton in just 4 years. Probably more importantly, the cost of batteries have gone down 88% in just the last 10 years. And they are continuing to drop. Very strong developments across a whole range of technologies, not just the lithium-ion batteries. And so within that same 4-year coming period, we may see 40 to 50% further reduction in battery costs. So we need to be moving forward at this time to really take advantage and prepare for implementation of storage technologies. And I wanted to give the council the opportunity to do that. We are currently, residents pay 40% below PG&E costs for electricity. And we need a reliable system. I am yet to meet a resident who says, I would rather have 40% below PG&E and an unreliable system versus 30% and a very reliable system. Not to mention our community and all of us are seeing that climate change is no longer something down the road. It is hitting us at an accelerating pace, and we as a city need to respond not only in our climate protection initiatives, but our adaptations, that we are going to have to adjust to differing realities. And the disruptions in our power supply that we saw the last year on the state level, from a variety of reasons, heat waves, mega fires, all of those come together to mean that we've got to adjust and adapt. And this is one strong leg of that adaptation. So I encourage the council to direct staff. In fact, what I'd like to do, I'll go ahead and make a motion that the council direct staff to return to the Finance Committee with a further plan for accelerating the exploration of expanded energy storage systems and to identify the resources that staff needs to do that.
I'll second.
Do you want to speak further to your motion?
Nope.
City Manager Shikata?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Let me also thank you for raising this issue. Clearly, as you heard from a staff report, this is a topic that staff knows a lot about and is very interested in pursuing in areas that can be most effective. Would want to note for the council's consideration that while, again, recognizing the importance of this topic, how this particular agenda item got to you is a bit unusual in that it started as basically staff recommending that we not act on a state mandate. That was effectively the item that was being brought forward to the UAC, then to the Finance Committee and to the council, and it had been agendized as such. With this recommendation, and I've had the chance to think about this a bit just today, that it may actually be best to refer this to the SCAP ad hoc work, which, as I mentioned under manager's comments, is really at its essence tackling this very same issue. The concern I would raise with the recommended motion is that by taking it to finance, it effectively makes it or suggests that this may be the highest priority among the SCAP issues, and also that, well, in particular, that would be a topic that staff would want to discuss a little further, including, as the ad hoc heard last week, a great deal of community interest in moving very quickly on some issues versus focusing on the plan potentially leading into next year as a product. So on that basis, I would suggest that the SCAP ad hoc is already talking about these same issues so that rather than having this specific direction which quite frankly would result in staff needing to involve HR staff on the hiring of this half-time FTE and procurement staff on the consultant assistance being necessary, might be better rolled in to the SCAP work overall. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd be fine with modifying the motion to that effect, that it refers, the item is referred to the Finance Committee, excuse me, to the SCAP committee rather than the Finance. I want to say that I don't want that to imply that we any less sense of immediacy to wanting to pursue these items, and frankly, I remain concerned that we've set ambitious goals through our SCAP process, and I am really concerned that we don't have the staffing to support those, and that we need to go forward with that. And yes, those things, if we increase staff, we have to go through HR, but I'm concerned with implications that somehow we shouldn't be doing these things because it adds burden to HR or something to that effect. We're going to need to move forward, but I think going to the SCAP is fine. Maybe.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, do you accept that change?
Yes, I do.
And you want to speak to your second?
Just briefly, I agree with the vice mayor said. I mean, it's clear that this is, I think, the most pressing concern for not only for our community but all of humanity. I think the report that came out last week by the UN regarding climate change was just incredibly alarming. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that this is a code red for humanity. I think this needs to be a code red for Palo Alto as well, and having any bit more urgency and immediacy on this topic is a good thing. And I think sending this back to the SCAP ad hoc committee makes perfect sense as well.
Okay, thank you. I have two quick questions. So by not submitting a storage plan, is the city or its residents, are we missing out on any federal dollars or tax benefits, or can we still use those whether we comply with this or not?
Yeah, and to be clear, you know, the requirement is that we examine this, not that we set targets. And so we are in compliance by doing the analysis, and but there is no funding tied to setting targets.
So we're not missing out on anything.
We're not missing out on any funding.
And then the other question I had, the report mentioned that CPAU customers are investing in batteries on their own. How much is that happening?
You know, I should get an updated number and I can get back to you on that. I know there are a number in queue as well as installed. I think the report had current numbers as of
I even like a percentage or just a ballpark. You know, are we talking about residential, commercial?
Residential, I think there are around 60 installed, but I will get you a precise number.
Okay, that's including commercial as well.
There's only a single commercial installed right now, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any comments, questions? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you to the maker for modifying the referral to us. I'm fine with that. Did the maker also want to incorporate declining to adopt the energy storage system target as staff requested?
Yes, you're right. That should be part of the motion. So if we can add that, thank you.
Okay, great. So with that, I am comfortable and look forward to supporting it. I'll just say that I echo the comments about the smart meters. Once we get to time of use, things like that, there will be an opportunity. It's coming in the medium term for local battery storage and potentially utility-wide to make a difference. And so we're going to have to prepare for that at the same time we work on these other things. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I'm glad staff did the work on this. I think in order to enable more renewable usage, like solar and wind, something like this is going to be needed. Although it's still very expensive, and perhaps those pump hydro, other ways of doing energy storage. But I do think it's important to kind of kickstart this. So I appreciate what staff is trying to do. I think the one thing I was thinking about, given the higher temperatures, and I think most people acknowledge that global warming is really happening, is for us to actually think about nuclear. Nuclear is about 20% of the U.S. electricity, 50% of the carbon-free electricity, and so I think we need to use all the tools in our toolbox when we're trying to combat climate change. And so this is something which I'd like to actually see. It's not, I can't make this part of the motion because it's not necessarily on the table, but I think this is something that staff should really think about. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more hands. And so let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Let's start tonight with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 6-0. All right, we're now on to our last action item, which is to approve a work plan for revenue generating ballot measures for November 2022 general election, and also a review of the affordable housing funding as referred by finance.
Good evening, Council. Kylie Nozay, Administrative Services Director. And I'm here with Steve Guagliardo, who I don't see on my screen, but I do see his screen being shared, so I know he's here. And we are here to resume, frankly, a conversation that we as a body put on pause, frankly, at the onset of the pandemic back in March of 2020. So this back in March of 2020, staff in the council and committee at that time had gone on a detailed journey to potentially develop a local ballot measure for the November 2020 general election. And when we put that on pause, we talked about revisiting that at a later time. And so tonight really does continue that exploration, specifically of a potential business tax or other revenue generating ballot measure in preparation for the November 2022 general election. So there, as we are aiming towards that November 2022 election timeframe, there is obviously a finite amount of time for us to explore what type of measures we would want to put on the ballot. And so we'll go through that timeframe with you tonight. But ultimately, we're at the beginning of this. We're picking the ball up basically where we left in March, refreshing for updated areas of interest. And so tonight, really what we're looking at is from the council direction on what types of measures the city wants to further explore, and any preferred basis or unit of measure that the tax would be applied to, and then the work plan itself. So really do know that we will have multiple steps in this process, as you'll see as we come through this item, for the council and hopefully the finance committee to weigh in as we go down this road. But ultimately tonight, those are the two primary concepts that staff seeking council direction on. This is part of the council priorities for 2021 and was a component of the community and economic recovery work plan. Lastly, the council had provided as part of the housing work plan, one element that talked about having a referral back to the council about affordable housing funding. And since one of those concepts would be a general ballot measure or a tax, we've rolled in some additional information as part of this item to satisfy that referral. So before you tonight, this item has gone through the Finance Committee back in June of this year, where the Finance Committee members refreshed themselves on where we left off and discussed any changes and have a recommendation for this council's consideration in terms of moving forward in this conversation. So ultimately, the committee has recommended that the council approve the work plan that's outlined here. And in terms of focusing staff work on the revenue generating ballot measures, would be looking at a business tax with a preference of square footage as the basis for such a tax. Looking at a utility use based tax We'll go through that a little bit more as we proceed. And then the work plan, which is essentially C. So things like stakeholder outreach, polling, feasibility, and looking at any adjustments that or exceptions or structure changes that the council may wish to pursue as part of the tax. And then last, as we just discussed, the affordable housing referral. So coming out, the committee also not only recommended that, but really identified 3 core areas for the council to hopefully coalesce and discuss this evening. The first is really talking through as a cohort, what revenue level should a business tax target? So are we talking about $2 million? Are we talking about $20 million? Are we talking $100 million? Reminder, your general fund budget is about $200 million. And what should be the metric measure or comparison? So is it a percentage of general fund? Is it cost per business? Is it cost per employee headcount, et cetera? The second big question for the council to really discuss tonight is, should a utility use-based tax replace revenue previously provided by the gas and electric general fund transfers? Or should a tax for a utility use-based tax also incorporate additional revenues for new initiatives, such as climate adaptation or resiliency work? And then the third core question is really looking at the administrative burdens. So what does it cost to administer any of the taxes that the council wishes to pursue, and imposing and implementing and collecting of that tax? And so the administrative burdens are important for a few reasons. One, the more specific a tax can be, the quicker you can erode the revenue that the tax is generating by costs to actually administer it, to figure out the exemptions, to audit the filings. The other component of it is the implementation timeframe. So assuming a tax would be considered on a general, if it's a general tax and it's considered on a general election in November of 2022, really looking at what the timeframe is for implementation, which also means at what timeframe would revenue start flowing to the city. So those are the 3 core questions. And when we distill down the Finance Committee's discussion for hopefully some council discussion, deliberation, and feedback as part of tonight's report. I'll turn it over to Steve Guagliardo, who will go through the rest of the staff presentation.
Thank you, Kylie. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable members of the council. Steve Guagliardo, Principal Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department. As Kylie mentioned, the next 2 slides cover the work plan through November 2022's election related to potential local revenue generating ballot measures. This slide shows the plan through the next 6 months, and as you can see, we are in that blue column. This plan is predicated on the previous work that was done where the Finance Committee served as the main working body for a lot of the issues arising from the development of a potential business tax. They're really the ones who can get their hands on it, engage with the work, ask additional questions of staff, and then have those questions have answers at the subsequent council discussions. The City Council is still set up to be the one making decisions at key points. And as we're seeing tonight, the Finance Committee tees up those questions, like those 3 weighty ones that Kylie just offered on the previous slide, for discussion, exploration, and ultimately decision as a council whole. So in August, where we are now is getting direction on the ballot measures to pursue and the allocation of those resources. If council can reach consensus on a particular basis for a business tax tonight, staff can start crafting the initial analysis of revenue generating proposals to really hone in what those revenue estimates are before returning to council and pursuing the necessary consultant contracts. You can see a pretty fair amount of work over the next few months in October, November, and December as we refine those estimates and really get into putting a fine point on the numbers. We are not currently resourced for that work. It is going to require augmented resources. We used consultants in the past, and we don't currently have funding allocated for this. There is that strategic reserve of approximately $750,000 that could be used, but at the moment, it has not yet been allocated. As we go through this timeline, you can see that November has a lot of work culminating in confirming the potential revenue generating proposals. And December is really where the rubber meets the road, and we need the final decision on the revenue generating ballot measure to pursue. For those of you who have not worked on elections before, which is unlikely since each of you had to go through one to get where you are, it's a really long timeline to actually reach the November date. So all the way through 2022, we need to be actually doing the polling. We need to be doing the stakeholder engagement, and we need to be fine tuning the questions that we're posing so that we can get a ballot measure that everybody feels is defensible and practicable over the goal line. Working backwards from that election, you can see language is due to the Santa Clara County Register of Voters in August of 2022. In order for council to enjoy any semblance of a summer recess, that means we need everything wrapped up in June of 2022. I think we all have an interest in that recess continuing next year. So to meet that deadline, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in January and April, working through iteratively to get to that language that everybody feels comfortable with moving forward. And then, as Kylie mentioned, after the election, it's not as though with a finger snap, everything is enacted and implemented. Instead, there's going to be some ramp up time necessary. Presuming a measure passes in November 2022, we'd probably be able to start implementing it no sooner than January of 2023. And then you can imagine what that timeline looks like to actually collect revenues associated with it. So that may not actually materialize until even later. Through discussion with the Finance Committee, it became apparent that it would be fruitful to revisit what our options are for pursuing potential revenue generating local ballot measures and the differences between a general tax and a special tax. So a general tax must be approved by a simple majority of voters, that's 50% plus one, and it must be put before the voters at a regular general election. These are funds that aren't earmarked and aren't reserved for any specific purpose, hence the name general. A special tax instead requires a 2/3 supermajority of voters, and it's allocated for a specific purpose. It can be brought forward during any election. We talked about parcel taxes with the Finance Committee a little bit, and parcel taxes are qualified special taxes. So the next slide, we'll talk about parcel taxes a little bit more, but just want to point out that parcel taxes technically fall under that special tax category. On the right, you can see taxes that appear before voters include things like a parcel tax, like a sales tax, like a business tax, transient occupancy tax, and even a utility user tax. This next slide shows those different types of taxes and the different thresholds necessary for approval of such a tax. You'll see that square footage appears twice in the first two rows. I can assure you that is not a typo. It's actually calling attention to the two different paths you have of pursuing a tax based on square footage. The first would be a square footage parcel tax, which is essentially assessed on the landowner who's responsible for the parcel and would be paid through the county's property tax roll. That would be a parcel tax that would require a 2/3 supermajority, regardless of whether it was for general all-purpose revenues or for special specific purpose. Alternatively, the city could choose to pursue square footage charged directly to a firm or business, essentially on a tenant, who would self-report how much square footage they occupy. If that was the route pursued, a general tax would only take that simple majority of 50% plus one, while a special tax would require that 2/3 supermajority. For the other funding mechanisms of gross receipts, payroll, and headcount, and utility use, the general rules apply, where a general tax is only that simple majority and a special tax is that 2/3 supermajority. On the right are some general businesses and occupations that are exempt from local business taxation under state and federal law. This includes nonprofits and charitable organizations, banks and other financial institutions, small residential care facilities, and small home child care facilities. There's also a note there that properties exempt from the general 1% ad valorem, property, what is generally referred to as property tax, are generally exempt from parcel taxes. That's often just the way the parcel taxes themselves are crafted at local jurisdictions. So the next slide covers the ease framework that we spent a lot of time on talking about through 2018 and 2019. This is kind of the framework that we think makes sense to continue. It really helps call in the different dimensions and elements of a potential business tax and any local ballot measure that would raise revenue. Equity, who's impacted or burdened by that tax and who benefits from it. Administrability, how complicated is it to administer and how much does it cost? Stability, what drives the tax, how volatile is that basis, and economic benefits. Is the tax efficient? Does it promote our economic development objectives? And does it minimize disruption on the taxpayer? So as described in the work plan detailed previously, a work on a business tax will require those additional augmented resources. Previous work on the first three areas, we had contracts authorized at $250,000. Due to the partial completion of the work, we spent $150,000 of that on our three different vendors. For research analysis and modeling, we previously used Matrix. Stakeholder outreach, we previously used TBWB8 strategies. And for polling, we used Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates, also known as FM3. For legal support and the drafting of the actual ordinance language to make sure it is rock solid, defensible, and airtight, we didn't reach that stage previously, but that will be an additional cost as we continue this work. And then this slide also notes and recaps the different mechanisms and unit of measure that have been discussed. Square footage was the unanimous first choice of the Finance Committee as a basis for a tax. And then there was a lot less consensus around a second or third choice between employee headcount, gross receipts, or payroll. Packet page 37 includes a summary of each of those different types of taxes, if you would like to refer to that for review. This next table addresses a point Kylie made regarding what should the revenue target be? And this was a question that Finance Committee had in their June conversation. How would it benchmark against other organizations? So this table appears in the report, and we've added a few additional columns for the slide and discussion tonight. On the right, the new columns are the revenue per capita, revenue per firm, and revenue per employee of each business tax in each city. So the revenue per capita is how much revenue per population in that city. Revenue per firm indicates how many businesses there are and what the payers are paying in general. And revenue per employee is the same figure divided by the number of employees. It's worth noting that some of these, such as Mountain View, the revenue per firm doesn't necessarily accurately portray it, since there are single payers who are largely responsible for that tax base. That's why we did all three different versions, so you could see each impact of them. You can see pretty significant ranges across each of those three metrics, ranging all the way up to almost $3,400 in San Francisco for revenue per firm, from a low of approximately $70 in Santa Clara. So to address that, we chose the median number for each of the ranges and tried to apply that to Palo Alto's base. So if you took the median revenue per capita of $39, you get about $2.6 million in revenue applied to Palo Alto's resident base. Revenue per firm of $769 would get you that $4.2 million. And the revenue per employee of $69 would get you $7.2 million. Worthy of note is that $7.2 million number represents the overall employee base, not kind of the shrunken employee base that we had gotten to through our prior work, where we were talking about exceptions, exclusions, and industries we wanted to not include. Another element of Finance Committee's discussion was not only what revenue level should be targeted, but what it should be spent on. The city has numerous funding needs beyond our levels, including funding for capital projects, everything from the Coverly Community Center, Parks Master Plan, Animal Shelter, J&Z Phase 2, funding for the delivery of services, including parks, libraries, fire emergency medical services, among others, and funding for emerging city council priorities. This is things like the adaptability and climate change that Kylie mentioned, our ongoing race and equity work, affordable housing, funding for unhoused program support, and others. The final element of tonight's conversation is closing the loop on an outstanding referral for affordable housing funding mechanisms. The city has a number of different options. They're detailed in the packet tonight. They were attachment B of the Finance Committee's June report. I won't go too deep into this right now, but I will just explain what a couple of the ones that might not be as straightforward are. So general taxes are just the general taxes of the city. They include a documentary transfer tax. Although the city currently collects general taxes, we don't allocate them specifically to affordable housing. One mechanism could be earmarking, specifying, and contributing certain funds, say from the documentary transfer tax to affordable housing, or even changing that tax rate and dedicating it to affordable housing. Inclusionary housing requirement fees are things like our below market rate housing requirements. The commercial linkage fee and the jobs housing linkage fee policy both assess charges to commercial development. One recognizing the infrastructure needs associated with new commercial development, and one assessing essentially the new housing needs associated with commercial development. The Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District essentially tries to use tax increment financing, basically saying when you invest in an area, its tax revenues are going to rise, and leverages that for financing purposes for various projects such as affordable housing. And then there's always bond measure or bond financing. There's a note about the California Community Housing Agency, which is the first agency in California specifically dedicated to the production, preservation, and protection of middle income housing. they essentially commit funding through revenues to members of their joint powers authority. To join the JPA, you have to commit to a resolution, and then they raise bonds for specific projects. We have more information on that if needed, but again, this was meant to just close the loop on this outstanding referral related to affordable housing funding options, and really get us moving so we can talk about that. As Kylie mentioned, one of those options could be a potential ballot measure, and that's why it's included in tonight's conversation. But we do have plenty of weighty topics on potential revenue generating local ballot measures related to business tax. And so probably makes sense to try and focus our attention there for a significant part of the night. With that, I'll turn it back to Kylie.
Sure, thanks, Steve. So ultimately, just on this final slide is the recommendation from staff and the Finance Committee for the council's review. And in the little green box is the layperson's terms of what would happen if council brought forward this motion and approved it by a majority vote. And ultimately, staff will, via the work plan that's been outlined, really look at resuming all the work associated with pursuing a business tax based on whatever priority metric the council identifies, and pursue a potential on-bill tax of gas and electric services. So that was the utility use-based tax that we discussed. As a reminder, the three major questions that the Finance Committee provided for the council's discussion and deliberation can be found on slide 4 tonight. Which are, again, just looking at the level of revenue for a business tax, on a utility-based tax, what type of revenue, basically replacing general fund transfers or incorporating additional revenues for new initiatives is the second question. And the third is really looking at the administration, the tax burden, and the kind of time frame associated with collecting a new tax. And with that, I will turn it back to the mayor and probably Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to suggest we go here from the public and then we come back and start the council discussion. So if any members of the public wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand. Again, we will take speakers for the first time the first two speakers are talking. So our first speaker is Hamilton Hitchings.
Good evening. I'm a member of the Housing Element Working Group, but these comments are my own. Businesses in Palo Alto pay some of the lowest taxes on the peninsula, but they do incur substantial costs on our city, both direct and indirect. As businesses expand, they drive up real estate and housing costs and drive out lower income residents. In order to raise additional revenue for below market and affordable housing and to support transportation programs, we need a substantial business tax. It should be easy to administer and verify. I support the staff's recommendation of taxing office, research, development, and manufacturing square footage. In terms of a utility tax, I do support this to help restore the city's programs that were cut during the onset of COVID. However, I think that utility rates should be reduced by an equal amount in total revenue so we don't end up getting double taxed. While in theory, I support an increase for adaptability and resilience work, I'm cautioned that the money actually ends up where it's supposed to and not diverted for increased salaries or other programs. Thus, I support both of these, assuming clear language, careful fiscal controls and monitoring are put in place to ensure the money goes where it's actually supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Tiffany Griego. And Tiffany should be able to
unmute. I was hoping someone.
Oh, sorry. Please try it again.
Okay, what about now?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be here this evening and have a chance to speak with you. I'm Tiffany Griego, Real Estate Managing Director of the Stanford Research Park. And I would definitely like to encourage the council to actively include the business community as you move forward with evaluating a new business tax and as you develop a work plan. The business community is already making substantial contributions to the fiscal health of Palo Alto. A majority of sales tax revenues come from visitors and businesses. Specifically, as a reminder, Stanford Research Park companies produce 15% of Palo Alto's sales tax revenues, mostly from business to business sales tax and point of sale. The Research Park also provides $24 million to the Palo Alto Unified School District. And I'd like to remind you again that of all the different taxes the research park companies pay, $20 million in direct tax revenues flow to the city of Palo Alto's general funds that you can use at your discretion. And then just as a reminder, the city also receives more than $6 million in annual tax revenue from the Stanford Shopping Center. And I'm not including the utility user taxes either. So in general, I'd just like to request that council include the business community as you begin to develop answers to the important questions that are raised and allow us to become actively engaged in the process from the start. If there is a desire to move forward with a work plan for the business tax, it's important that you ensure the purpose and the use of the taxes are specifically stated early in the process and clarify how you envision the tax mechanism, relates to the role of the business community with respect to your stated purpose for the tax. I encourage you to carefully consider the potential amount that will be charged so that Palo Alto remains competitive as a desirable place for businesses to locate compared to our neighboring jurisdictions. I know there will still be many questions to consider: what type of tax you'll plan to pursue, how much that will be, how will be administered, and how will the funds be used. So thank you in advance for including the business community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Wiegans.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. We are grateful to you and the city staff for your collective response to support our business community over the past year and a half. Your efforts to reach out to our business leaders to understand their concerns during this challenging time has been recognized and appreciated as support to local businesses and has helped many get through this difficult period. However, businesses continue to struggle to pay their rent, their payroll, and other operating expenses, and we respectfully ask you to reconsider or consider deferring a business tax at this time and allow businesses to concentrate on the challenge of surviving through this difficult and continuing period. This is simply not the right time for a new business tax. The focus now must be on full economic recovery. Businesses are faced with many challenges, including lack of workforce, limited daytime workers to support restaurants and retail, and much more. We need to find ways to help businesses grow and thrive rather than put a greater burden on them. However, if you are going to continue to consider this business tax, please include business owners and leaders and other stakeholders who will be most affected by this tax. A collaborative approach right from the beginning will demonstrate your willingness to achieve continued economic recovery. Also, outline how the tax will be spent. It is important to the business community to be informed on what the money will be used for. How will this tax support business in current recovery and future development? Economic recovery and future economic development are critical, and we must find ways in every way possible to support a return to a vibrant business economy. In conclusion, we ask that you be thoughtful and include businesses in your discussions as you continue to consider this issue. Your agreement to postpone a tax at this time would be a welcome acknowledgement to the business community of your concern for their economic health and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Dan Kostenbader. Dan?
I'm ready to go. Mayor Du Bois and the members of the City Council, my name's Dan Kostenbader. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. SVLG represents about 350 companies based in Silicon Valley, from startups to some of the largest companies in the country. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today about your efforts to move forward with a discussion about placing a business tax on the November 2022 ballot. I'd like to share with you SVLG's criteria for evaluating whether or not to support local tax measures. Our first criterion is that the measure should be for a fixed term and therefore should include a built-in sunset or have strong reasons for not having a sunset. Providing a sunset dovetails with our second criterion, which is that the measure should be for a specific and identifiable purpose or purposes. This element is critical to ensure that there is accountability for the use of funds. Another criterion is that the tax imposed on a single taxpayer should be capped at a reasonable amount that would not discourage continued growth in Palo Alto. Finally, a local tax measure should have a citizens oversight committee to ensure transparency and accountability. It would also be helpful if there is some connection or nexus in any proposed business tax between tax revenue collected and tax expenditures that would provide some specific benefits for the business community. I know that the council's in an early phase of developing a specific proposal for a business tax measure. In this context, as further deliberations take place, the leadership group would greatly appreciate and look forward to being included in a dialogue with the city council and the community about whether to impose a business tax at this time, and if so, how to structure a business tax. SVLG includes many of Palo Alto's largest employers, and they and the leadership group would very much like to be part of the process for developing any business tax proposal. Remember that Palo Alto is one of many taxing jurisdictions that our member companies need to deal with. California has raised over $9 billion from businesses with net operating losses and business tax credits, including the R&D credits, over 3 years in response to the pandemic. The US Congress is poised to raise taxes significantly on corporations and especially on those businesses with major foreign operations that include many of the leadership group companies. While a Palo Alto business tax might not be as large as those just mentioned, a Palo Alto business tax might be one more factor to drive companies to move operations to other cities, other states, and perhaps other countries. Thank you for this opportunity.
Great, thank you. Let's bring it back to council. And I suggest we do a round of questions and comments, and then we'll do a second round for sure. Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Could I ask staff to put up slide 12, please, from the presentation? I think I'm the only member of finance this year and 2 years ago when we started through all of this. And the reason I want slide 12 here is we haven't really, we've sort of buried the lead a little bit about why is it that we are considering this? And the last go round, a big driver, of course, was transportation, grade separation, shuttles, those sorts of things. This go round, we've had some real impacts to our revenue sources across the board. And so we have frankly more needs, and we have needs for capital, the services that we've all had to, reluctantly reduce last year and some again this year, and then these city council priorities that we spend so much time on. So I just want us to ground everyone, including the business community, in what it is that we need these resources for. And now if you could go back to slide 11, please. Thank you so much for the additional columns. I asked staff to provide these because it is important for us to consider the context in which we're operating and the businesses who choose to locate here are. And I think this is really helpful for us to figure out, what is the amount that we're looking for? What is the amount that we believe we need to fund those things on the prior slide? So I don't have the answer, but that's part of what we should be discussing. And I recall, perhaps Director Nozay, do you recall about how much money in the spring of last year we were looking at? Was it $10 million or so per year? Yeah, okay, Mr. Guagliardo's nodding. Okay. So for me, that was pretty much an upper bound at the time. It's interesting to see that these others, if we use the medians, and of course we can get into a lot of discussion, even though Councilmember Philseth isn't here with his own spreadsheet, about pulling out, outliers, et cetera. But I think this is really important for us to look at because we don't operate in a vacuum. Thank you so much. You can take that down. The other thing to highlight is why we've shifted from headcount to square footage. Pretty consistent agreement about headcount in the spring of last year, especially because of the nexus with transportation. But as we move through COVID and out of COVID and we contemplate where is work and what does it mean to come to work, then I think the square footage makes more sense in terms of how we evolve our thinking on that, and that was consistent across. I was a little concerned on the work plan to see that engagement with stakeholders, which presumably includes businesses, starts in November. Would staff be able to accelerate that and, have some focus groups, et cetera, before that time frame?
It would really depend on where the council's at in their decision-making process.
Okay.
In all honesty, one of the points of feedback from the businesses in the early round was without some clear guidance on kind of where the council is thinking or some characteristics of the measure, it's hard for them to provide some concrete feedback that's actionable. And so when we're in that broad kind of theorizing stage, it's they can provide some feedback, but it's much more helpful once we've got at least maybe a metric chosen or a method chosen, and then we can really get some impactful feedback.
Okay. And that dovetails right into, as I recall, part of the reason the business tax failed in 2009, and I think we should always be mindful of, that happened and reflect on why. Obviously, there was some timing in terms of, the recession, but there's also some belief on the part of many that the complexity of that tax made it hard to explain. So as we think collectively about how we're going to structure this, I encourage us to resist the understandable interest in exempting, this, that, and the other, and having, adding complexity. We found ourselves in that doing that in finance a year and a half ago, and again this year. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm going to have on the next round 2 specific things to add before I get there. With respect to the utility use-based tax, and the second question that staff asked, we're going to need to poll on both of those, whether it should simply replace revenue. We're down $8 million this year, $4 million in a transfer and $4 million in a litigation reserve. So we should poll on replacing it. And I think we should also poll on whether or not we could incorporate additional revenue for this climate work that we need to do. So I am interested in us doing the latter, but it's important to understand, if the community understands and appreciates the need for that as well. And when I come back next time, I want to talk about a documentary transfer tax, a potential surcharge, and then also a referral on the Cal CHA opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So I have a number of comments. First, I'd like to follow on Councilmember Cormack's comments on the issue of a complexity of a tax and how that comes into play. And basically, we have a tension between, we can set up a tax structure that is more complex and fairer as a result, or less complex and likely to have voter support, because polling shows that the more complex it is, the more support goes down. And yet there are certainly elements to whatever tax we set up that we could say, well, we want to draw certain lines to try to make it less regressive and basically fairer to the parties that we're really aiming to protect from burdens from a tax. So that's going to be a tough call. And I don't think it's black and white. I don't think it means we have no complexity to it, but we just need to, at the outset, recognize that tension. I would say that I've been inclined toward the square footage tax for some time, although East Palo Alto put in a parcel tax for their square footage tax, whereas there are others that do actual business taxes. And so the parcel tax would have to hit the 2/3 majority. One important distinction is that we have some businesses that are legally and technically nonprofits in our community that are extremely successful businesses that in all other sense and purposes are for profit. Stanford Hospital, Palo Alto Medical Foundation, which is really Sutter Health, an extremely successful, massive company. And we also have others that we may want to include. And so it's important to recognize that my understanding is the exemption from that partial tax is discretionary by the city and not legally limiting, but I welcome clarification from staff on that. Some of the comments about burden on our businesses. First, in that slide number 12, and maybe we could get that back up, one of the things that I had brought up but does not appear to be in this slide, and it's a very important update that I would like to request, is it lists a single tax for San Francisco, and I believe a single tax for, oh, I'm sorry, the table that had the, I had the wrong number. Yes, thank you. For East Palo Alto as well. And so East Palo Alto has both a gross receipts tax and a square footage tax, and that square footage tax is $2.50 a square foot, or about 20 cents a month per square foot. That's massive. That's the biggest tax, that alone, not even counting their gross receipts, is the biggest tax on the peninsula or South Bay, which goes to the next point. When we talk about all of these averaging taxes in Silicon Valley, what is missed is that as a number of us started researching this, the tax rates and the history of taxes in Silicon Valley, we found that throughout the country, cities have payroll taxes and gross receipts taxes and rates far exceeding what we have in Silicon Valley. And then in San Francisco, same thing. San Francisco is just listing the gross receipts tax here, but my understanding, I believe they have, when I counted, 4 different business taxes. We need to look at the aggregate impact and the revenue from those in aggregate, and then look at over on the right side of that revenue or the tax rate per employee averaged in the city. And they exempt many of the lower income employees or smaller businesses. So it means that their big tech companies are being taxed at an even higher rate than the average per employee. But we need to look at their total taxation rates on specific business taxes, not general taxes, but business taxes, to see that comparison. So when you look at San Francisco, remarkably, when you add in their other business taxes, Silicon Valley averages less than 5% the business tax rate per employee of San Francisco. And as best I can tell, it goes back to the origin of Silicon Valley. We were the low-cost suburbs to San Francisco in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And as Silicon Valley boomed, we as a region never stepped back to recognize that we were stuck in a mindset of not changing that tax structure. In the last few years, a number of cities have been doing that. Mountain View, East Palo Alto, others have been raising those rates out of that recognition. But oddly, only East Palo Alto has even gotten up to around 1/3 of the tax rate of San Francisco. And when they put in their parcel tax of that 20 cents a square foot on office, the development community said, if you do this, you're going to freeze out future office development for East Palo Alto. They had been making progress on that. They welcomed it. They needed it for their tax base, and they were warned that. So after that tax passed overwhelmingly in their community, they have had a virtual avalanche of office proposals with that tax rate. And then what's the impact of that kind of tax rate on businesses? Well, it's not if we structure it in a way that it is really a tax on the square footage in the market, as it over time, the market can charge what the customer base is willing to pay per square foot. And in Palo Alto offices, leading up to the pandemic, which was disruptive, but I think it's still the similar ratio. Palo Alto's average office rate was about $8.50 a square foot, and San Jose's was about $4.25. 20 miles away, double the rate, over $4 a square foot per month higher. And we're only talking about, if we did a rate like East Palo Alto, which could be really significant for us, maybe $30 million a year, we would be looking at at a tiny fraction of basically 5% of the office premium that those companies are paying to be in Palo Alto. But they wouldn't pay that extra amount over time if they're really price conscious. They're making decisions on how much premium they'll pay to be in a community. It comes out of the property owner's pocket. And so that's a thing to bear in mind. I have other comments. I'm over my time for now.
Okay, I'll jump in with some comments. So I'm glad this is back before us. I would say that we're not really at an early stage like some of the public speakers suggested, but that we're resuming a pretty detailed, extensive discussion. And we do need to resume outreach to residents in the business community as we work through the work plan. I had a quick question. So I thought when it was 2 years ago, the last time we talked about this, that the companies that would be exempted from a parcel tax were different in terms of the types of companies. You listed the 1% ad valorem, but can you provide more detail? Like, I thought some of the types of companies that are exempted from the other kind of taxes would not be exempted from a parcel tax. Is that true?
Steve, do you want to take this or do you want me? Okay. So a parcel tax does not have the same regulations as a business tax does. And the city does have more discretion in how we structure it. In terms of going into the minutia of tit for tat in terms of business tax versus parcel, staff needs to go back and do some more analysis and bring that back to the council or finance committee as a body. But you are correct, there are differences between a business tax and a parcel tax and the legal constructs behind them, including those businesses that are automatically exempted under state codes, frankly, versus ones that are not.
So, I mean, we have a lot of medical. Is medical exempted from parcel tax?
I would need more specific than just medical, and so staff would need to go research that further.
Okay. I mean, if I remember, it was a pretty substantial question, just given, again, the size of Sutter Health and the kinds of businesses we have here. Again, I believe this tax should be a general fund tax. I think it should be used for city services. We've been getting requests for more policing of business areas. I agree. We also have capital needs. And, again, industry has shifted from products to services where cities used to get sales tax. That sales tax amount is going down. And these services don't generate tax for cities. So, again, I see a business tax as really a general fund tax. I do support the square foot tax as one of the primary options. I am concerned about who we define who it applies to. My suggestion would be that it's commercial only and that we consider either a lower or no rate for industrial, retail, and hospitality uses. And my thinking there is I don't think we want to penalize types of businesses that generate sales tax or TOT tax, are companies that are making things with relatively low impact on the city and city services. And, and the other thing I'd like to suggest in terms of administration is that in all of these options, we think about having a default rate and then having the businesses either appeal or provide information that would get them into a lower category, versus the city trying to determine up front like what categories people would be in. I think we'd also need to define how square footage is measured. It should be defined as all the square footage that a business would have access to. And so there are some details on this one that make it a little tricky. And I also think we should limit how often that would be updated, probably once a year. So if someone rents more or less space, and they go up and down multiple times in a year, how do we handle that? And I also think we need to think about kind of loopholes and how people write leases and that kind of thing. When it comes to ballot polling, I'm still interested in understanding the level of support for a payroll tax as well. And the reason I say that is I spent some time late spring traveling, and I met with mayors in Indiana and Ohio. All of them had payroll taxes. It was very common. I think almost every city in those areas has a payroll tax. And as a charter city, we can do it in California. It's progressive and addresses some of the business types that we have here, which are very high value, but relatively small offices like venture capitalists, attorneys, accountants. It's really easy to administer, just shows up in the payroll software and processing. The numbers are reported to the state employment department. And I could see us doing just kind of a flat payroll tax because of the progressive nature of that tax. I think would address some of my concerns I have with the square footage and wanting to exempt certain kinds of businesses. We could also potentially look at excluding kind of retail and hospitality again and poll on that. So I'm suggesting that we would poll on our preference for square footage tax versus a payroll tax. I see I'm out of time. I'll just give some quick answers on these three questions. In terms of revenue level, I'd like to see us be at kind of the 15 to 25 million level. In terms of metrics, I think that's about $1 a square foot or about 0.1% of the payroll tax. On the utility tax, initially I was thinking just reaffirm the current voter approved practice of the transfer. I guess I would support polling for additional tax for sustainability, but I think it's important that we start describing this more accurately as looking for voter approval of a practice that we want to reaffirm. I mean, it was approved in the past by the voters. This isn't a new amount. It would continue an existing practice, basically. And I think that messaging is really important. And the third one on the administrative burdens, I think staff needs to tell us. We need to see what the ROI is and kind of the revenue versus the cost to implement. So I have a few more comments, but I will stop there. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff and the Finance Committee for bringing this to us and all the work that has already gone into this. Nice to, and this report was very helpful in all the attachments. So thank you. I agree with a lot of things that have already been stated. Yeah, I think definitely it is not a question of whether we should have a business tax or not. Absolutely, it is time to be able to do this. I'm not convinced that a general tax is the way to go. I do want to see a lot of these funds being committed to priorities that the city has not been able to accomplish for so long, such as affordable housing, such as a grade separation. But understanding the difficulty of passing a special tax over a general tax, I'm open to kind of understanding more and maybe seeing the chances are of passing either one of those. I think the square footage tax makes sense. I think Councilmember Cormack was making a good point about the changing nature of work. Though I also wonder, kind of looking forward in the future, if we are telecommuting more, when office leases are coming up to expire, are these corporations utilizing less space? It is something that we want to encourage. So I'm kind of looking at the business tax in a way as well, to not only increase funds, but also as a nice way to possibly encourage less use of large office space. I think that could be an important tool. The one concern I do have of the square footage is just looking at what other cities are doing, and clearly not many cities are using square footage, and even Cupertino, who seems to be attempting, at least according to the staff report and Cupertino's website, seems to be attempting to move on from that. And I always find that's pretty telling when you're utilizing something already and you're finding it's not working and you want to try something new. So I wonder, does staff have any more insight into why Cupertino is attempting to shift from a square footage tax?
In short, just speculation. When you've got firms that have a significantly disproportionate amount of your square footage usage, it might encourage you to look at other options that would more evenly or differently spread out that burden among your taxpayers as opposed to burdening that one.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. Is that a problem that you could foresee happening here in Palo Alto, or different scenario?
We don't have a single plurality type firm like that. Like Mountain View has one, Cupertino has one. That's not quite the case for our area.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I do agree with the mayor as far as wanting to have a more progressive tax. I think that's really critical, and I do agree as well with the mayor with as far as the range goes. I think 15 to 25 million makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to go through this process to just raise a few extra million, especially given the laundry list of things that we are hoping to be able to accomplish in both in the short and the long term in Palo Alto. So I'd like to see something more significant, and the vice mayor's points as well, kind of pointing to trying to kind of pierce a lot of these more kind of I guess fear mongering type of discussions regarding large scale business taxes scaring away businesses. I can't see that happening here in Palo Alto. And then, sorry, I see where I'm at on time. I did agree with some public speakers, the chamber, as well as the representative from Stanford. Just making sure that we are incorporating the business community into these discussions, as well as community members. I think something like this is going to have a large impact, and we should make sure that that the process is as fair as possible. Sorry, looking at my notes here. So let's see. And also just to be clear as well, looking at like the amount of money that I think we can get from this. I'm not saying I'm only limited to 15 to 25 million. I am definitely open to more as well, because again, the price tag of the things that we need to cover is going to be significant. Sorry, there's a lot here. I really want to just thank staff for bringing back the suggestions on affordable housing, the affordable housing funding referral. I think there's a lot of great ideas in here. I've always been a big advocate for community land trusts. I think that's becoming a more popular model around the world. Encouraging everyone to look at the model that London has been using. They've been having a lot of success, and they've been kind of increasing that model pretty significantly over the last several years as well. And I see I'm out of time, so I'll come back on the second round with a few more comments and some questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Ku.
So I'm just going to align myself with what the mayor has said and his comments, but I did have a question with a parcel tax. How does that work with a property such as Stanford Research Park, since it's all one owner, right?
We would need to get into the details further, and in all honesty, it depends on the structures of the owners with the leases and sublettors beyond that. So I couldn't give you a complicated answer or a detailed answer, but it would go back to who is the owner, what are the legal constructs between that owner and other parties, and we would assess accordingly. So it follows very similar, as Mr. Guagliardo said, to the property tax ad valorem, but with the flexibility for the council to make choices on a local basis for variations in the structure.
Thank you. Right, it's a curiosity, so thank you for that. The other question I have is, does commercial residential, those that are for rent in the high density, are they considered as businesses, or would they be residential and not part of the business community?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that? Say that one more time.
Some of the more high density residential big apartment complexes, they would be considered as commercial, right? Because they're more than 5 units. So would that fall under residential, or would they also potentially could be considered a business?
You are tapping the depths of the intricacies of my knowledge on parcel tax that I'm willing to go out with publicly. And what you're actually hitting on are some of the refinements that staff would bring forward if this is what the council provided the direction to staff to pursue. Because to your point, actually, there are a bunch of nuances and intricacies. And one of the main things that would guide staff's work on a parcel tax is how the county actually categorizes land use when they're assessing property tax. So if you were to look at the assessor Larry Stone's annual report, you can see the breakdowns of the different types of properties, the categorization of them. And so in looking at that, similar to the structure of a property tax, what we would be looking at with this council is a breakdown of how the county categorizes different uses of land to assess property taxes, and then teasing through specifically those on any changes or exemptions or adjustments of the different rates that the council may wish.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. I think as we have this discussion, I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is the innovative companies that have been coming out of Palo Alto. Over the past few decades, we've become the envy of the world of the companies that have come out of our city. But recently, I think we have to ask ourselves, how many startups are actually starting out of our city? When was the last great startup that came out of Palo Alto, right? I mean, there's Airbnb, but that was in San Francisco. There's a bunch of other companies, but they haven't necessarily been out of Palo Alto. And I think we should also keep track of the companies moving out of our city. So Palantir, as we all know, moved out. And how many years has that HP campus on Page Mill been vacant? I've heard some really high vacancy rates in our research park. So what's filling those spaces? So I think we have to think about, we've been an envy for the world for a while, but that isn't always true. We can't take that for granted. And we have to ask ourselves, are we going to kill the golden goose? Will Palo Alto become the Detroit of the 1950s and 60s? Back in 1950s and 60s, Detroit was king of the hill. They thought that nothing could take down Detroit. But look at Detroit today. They are giving away houses, right? Tesla didn't start in Detroit. They started here in Palo Alto. So I think we have to think about that. And we can't think that just because something has happened before, it will always happen. Maybe the reason it happened was because we had a startup-friendly environment. And as we make that less and less friendly, is that innovation going to stay here or is it going to move? So I think that's something that we have to really think carefully as we take these kind of drastic measures. I think the other thing that we have to think about is the office vacancies. Our city used to double during the day. We used to have a lot of people coming into our city to work, but how many of these companies now actually do work from home? I mean, I've talked to a lot of people in the tech industry. A lot of people aren't planning to come back fully, at best hybrid. A lot of companies like Twitter say don't have to come back at all. So I think we have to really think about it. And like two of my neighbors work at VMware. VMware said you could work from home. So they moved out of Palo Alto. So I think we have to think about that. And so I think there's been a pretty fundamental shift with COVID, and that's something that we're not factoring. We're thinking that people are going to come back to the office, that tech is always going to be here in Palo Alto, but that's simply not true. It is going other places. Venture capitalists have moved out of Palo Alto and going to other places. So how do we remain competitive? How do we keep us as the innovative city? I think we all want that. At least I hope we all want that. And then, before even this discussion, how much outreach has happened to engage a business community? I haven't heard too much. I know it's kind of vague, but I think that's important for us to do. And then another kind of consideration is, what if the office is vacant? What happens? Who pays? And what about all the people who are working from home here in Palo Alto? Do they pay tax now? Because they're working for a business, but working from home. So I think we have to think about this. And I think we also have to think about, like, what is the list of companies that will be impacted? And as if this does move forward, I think we have to think about what is that list, and make sure we do an extensive outreach to those companies so they can be fully aware about what's happening. And perhaps we could come up with something that's going to be more appropriate. The other thing is, I know that a lot of people here are throwing out dollar amounts, but to me, it's like putting the cart before the horse. Why are we starting with a dollar amount? Shouldn't we start out with what are we going to do with this first? I think we should figure out like what do we need to pay for? Figure out how much we need to raise, and then that's the target. It seems to just blindly start with a random dollar figure doesn't seem appropriate. I also think that it's probably not appropriate for us to do this tax and then do salary increases. I think we all know we increase salaries even though even as we cut the FTE last budget cycle. So I think we have to keep that in mind because we want to make sure that people are bought into this and that we don't see more flight from our city by tech companies. And then I think, once we decide what we're going to do with what are we going to do with the money? What do we need to do? What do we need to pay for first? Then we could get into how. But I think the thing that we really should think about is there's some major things going on. We're still going through the pandemic. There's a Delta variant. There's other variants going around. We're still trying to work our way out of the recession. There's still very large, our unemployment is still double. The work from home trends are that movie still playing out, right? We don't know how work from home trends are going to continue. Are people going to bounce back, or they will continue to work from home? I think that's something we have to figure out. So to me, it makes sense to postpone it, see how things settle, and then maybe look at this. And then in terms of total utility cost, I think one thing, or utility tax, I think we really need to make sure that we do an apples to apples comparison because there's other surcharges and whatnot that we have on the bills. So I think that's something that has to be factored in. And I would like to see a comparison before considering a utility tax.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've all spoken on one round. I suggest we try to come to some conclusions as we go through a second round. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, well, this is a complicated subject, and we have enough time this evening to not rush ourselves and make abbreviated discussion. So I think it's important for us to spend the time to do this right. On one level, I want to thank Councilmember Tanaka for laying out virtually every one of the arguments that we're liable to encounter against any form and any scale of business tax we will encounter. Although a couple were left off that we received previously. So this discussion actually started in 2016. The leadership group had argued that if we put it on with Measure B, it could undermine support for Measure B. And the Chamber of Commerce said they were open to collaborating on it, but they wanted to go through, not be rushed and go through a full Palo Alto process. So as a council, we unanimously agreed to roll it over, to commence it in a full process in early 2017 for the 2018 ballot. And then in 2017, we had those same parties come back and oppose putting it on the 2018 ballot. They reneged on commitments that they had made to work collaboratively on this. I hope this time that we are actually going to get a true collaboration with the business community, because we should all take as a given that any form of tax, from a sales tax on residents to any form of business tax, will be imperfect and will have valid criticisms of its imperfections. There is no such thing as a perfect tax. And so if we allow that standard, that if anybody can throw anything at the wall against it, then therefore we're not going to do it, and we might as well hang up our hats right now on this. But I do agree with Councilmember Tanaka on the point he made that we should begin talking about the scale of the tax based upon the needs. So in 2018, when we had a citizens committee that came and researched this and came forward to the council, and then the council moved forward on this, the discussion was to address our significant unmet transportation and affordable housing needs. And the transportation, a combination of local share for grade separations along with trip reductions through expanded TMA and shuttle program and things like that. And then our affordable housing needs. And that if we had a $30 million business tax and a quarter of that went to affordable housing, we would perhaps triple our rate of affordable housing projects in this community, because those resources can be leveraged against other dollars, county dollars, state dollars, federal dollars, and the local share really accelerates that process. But now we have additional needs. We've had drastic service cuts to police and fire, code enforcement, libraries, parks, other community services, every place across the board. And the community is just starting to understand how deep those cuts are. And we don't yet have a projection that allows us to restore ourselves to the services that this community has had for decades and decades. When we had the business tax come back in for consideration in 2017 and in 2019, and each time in the middle of boom periods, we had the business community make arguments against doing it in a boom period. Now the argument is we can't do it because it's not a boom period. Just rest assured that they view their short-term responsibility to oppose this. And I say short-term because I argue that the very thing that Councilmember Tanaka talked about killing the golden goose, we kill it. This region gets killed from gridlock and lack of affordable housing and a deterioration of services. People come to this region because it has a business climate that is dynamic and has a workforce that they value, and not investing in that is the way in which this region and our city will get undermined. I do want to say on the payroll tax, one problem is San Francisco had moved away from a payroll tax because of, if I recall correctly, a ruling on a LA payroll tax. I think there were the only two cities in the state that had it. And they thought that the legality of it was in jeopardy, even though they were a charter city. So we need to ask our city attorney or whoever to find out more on that. That was raised in the last go round. We never got answers on that. And that would influence our decisions on whether we can explore a payroll tax. Because if it was legal, even though we'd be an outlier as maybe the only city in California with it, it might still be worth exploring. And the other thing, the argument on the burden on the business community, we have all read and seen that our business community in Silicon Valley and within Palo Alto, what I mean by that is our tech community, was before the pandemic the most successful and affluent in the world. And during the pandemic, their profits went through the roof. And the argument that they can't afford to pay 30% or a quarter of what San Francisco charges them in business tax to be in a smaller elite location like Palo Alto is just really fallacious. And you can, if you want to look at what is the really demand for location in the city, look at the rates that offices charge. That's what the market is telling us in terms of the demand. Property owners may raise that rate and not necessarily have a lower vacancy, but if they're charging that level, that's because that's what the market says it's worth to be here. And we are capturing virtually none of that. So I'm over my time again, but this is an involved subject and one that I think we need to really delve into and try to get right.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just on the payroll that the mayor brought up, and then the vice mayor was mentioning. Thanks for the reminder about the legality. Am I also right, Director Nozay, that there was some discussion of, with the change in work from home, whether or not payroll, whether or not salary, could be attributed to someone's place of residence as opposed to their hypothetical work location? Is there something around that might have changed with our new situation?
So, Councilmember Cormack, you are correct that a business tax, it can only tax the work that's done in the boundaries of that jurisdiction. And therefore, from a payroll perspective, a little bit similar to headcount, not necessarily exactly the same. With the flexibility and ease and changes in business models, that would be something that potentially could impact it. And so, but that's not, I wouldn't say that's the only reason. I also, as Vice Mayor Burt said, would not say that the legal impacts of it necessarily are also the only reason. There's a multitude of reasons on why San Francisco moved away from a payroll tax. And so staff can do a little bit more synthesizing of that and transmit it next time to the council.
Okay, thanks for that. I remember being interested in it the first go around and eventually reluctantly being convinced that it was not the best choice. So, just interested to think about what has changed in our new work environment. Okay, so just to expand upon the two things I mentioned at the end of my last round, towards the end of our finance committee, a few of us were suddenly interested in the idea of the documentary transfer tax at a higher rate. So while in 2019 coming into 2020, the belief was that the documentary transfer tax was already quite high. It's very volatile. We shouldn't be relying on that. There was general agreement on that. The idea that other jurisdictions, I believe it's San Jose, have increased their documentary transfer tax. It might be San Francisco. I'm sorry. I know it starts with a San. At a surcharge level, and the idea that we could dedicate that to affordable housing is very interesting to me. So, I don't know what the right number is. I don't know if it's $10 million, but it certainly seems like your average house in Palo Alto is around, I don't know, $4 million in my neighborhood, apparently, according to this weekend. So, at $10 million, we wouldn't be necessarily taxing the people who are stretching and using, every probably piece of stock they have to join us in our community. But it would be an opportunity for us to, if someone's able to afford $10 million or more, add on a surcharge, the documentary transfer tax, and dedicate that to affordable housing. So I'm very interested in that. It was successful in San Jose, and I hope tonight that can be part of the things that we ask staff to explore. The other part is the I don't know how they pronounce it. Is it CalCHA? I've only read about it. I haven't heard anybody pronounce it. So if anybody knows, let me know. I think we should consider referring that participation in that Joint Powers Authority to Policy and Services tonight. As staff briefly covered, you join the JPA, and then the CalCHA is able to issue bonds through state law to purchase existing housing and then permanently dedicate it to basically middle level. And I'm not getting all of the details right here, but Mountain View is already participating in this, and it's an opportunity to take existing housing and make it permanently affordable to quote the missing middle. And there's some flexibility with the AMI numbers there. So I'd be interested in referring that to Policy and Services. The one downside is that when that happens, that and I think Councilmember Koo brought up a version of this earlier, that particular site then is no longer paying property taxes. So it will come out of our property tax revenue, but it's a complex topic, but I think it's absolutely worth us considering doing that so we can take advantage of that state project. I will just say that I've heard some very different numbers tonight. I've heard 10 million and 30 million and 15 to 25 million. And those, so I think that should be part of, if we can, although I realize we're absent one person tonight, us figuring out what the boundaries are for what we're going to ask staff to look at. Thanks.
Not seeing any hands. I'll go ahead. So in the affordable housing discussion, so I just want to make sure I understand some of these options, and thank you for the summary here. So enhanced infrastructure financing district, we would basically freeze the current tax level, whatever it is, and then assign any incremental tax above that to a particular use. Is that the way that works?
That's correct, Mayor Du Bois.
And what's the advantage of doing that versus just taking that general tax and applying it to that use? Just the discipline needed?
Yeah, I would say there's partially the discipline needed, but also there's bonding associated with it that one can do that doesn't require a voter approval. And
Okay, so because you dedicated it, then you could bond it.
correct.
Okay, thank you. That makes clicked in.
Yep.
And then the one that Councilmember Cormack was just mentioning, the Community Housing Agency. Again, the report said that JPAs are typically larger than a single city. So could you just explain a little bit more how those typically work?
Well, this one in particular is the city working with this group. So we would sign on to this JPA, which is larger than a city. That's how this organization is run. Cal, I'm right there with Councilmember Cormack. I can never remember the acronym.
CalCHA.
CalCHA, sure. And so what you do is you sign on to this, which means you join this joint partnership with this agency of the state, and it allows for them to issue the debt with the property that the city or whomever puts up. And so there's a few benefits to this. One, because it is government issued bonds, it's at a government rate. So that's one of the things that makes it advantageous to, actually building affordable housing, since we all know the cost of building housing is so expensive. So when you can get borrowing at a government level rate, obviously
Sure.
that's helpful for the bottom line. The lack of property tax obviously is a hit to the city, so to speak, but also makes the financial viability of the projects. So, it's a program that the city could choose to partner with the state on. There have been some case studies of this. So if this is something that the council is interested in, it's something that
Yeah.
staff can
But
do
we
more
would
follow-up.
have to put city assets up for the bond? Like a
Not
city
necessarily a city asset, but a property, a piece of property within the city boundaries.
Okay. And again, looking through the rest of the affordable housing, we've talked about updating our commercial linkage fees. Would a jobs linkage fee replace a commercial linkage, or would it be a complement to?
So I believe Director Late is on the call and he can chime in to correct me if I misrepresent this, but it would be a supplement to. So they each recognize the nexus between commercial development and the impacts on the city. The commercial linkage one is for the public infrastructure associated with that commercial development, and the jobs housing linkage policy, is associated with the increased housing needs associated with that commercial development.
Okay, but we have a housing impact fee already. Is that essentially a jobs linkage fee?
So, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I think this might be one of those areas that we might need to get a referral to investigate a little bit further on this. To me, as my understanding is that it's one or the other, really.
Okay.
They're both going after the same idea, just different ways of approaching it. So I think I'm happy to be wrong about this, but I want to research this more. I think it's one or the other, though.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because it seemed like a lot if it was additive. Back to the business tax again. Councilmember Tanaka said we live on uncertain times, but I do think we need to plan for recovery to be ready for November 2022. I think every time we've talked about this, people have said it's not the right time. We were ready to go. Aiming for 2020, we agreed that wasn't the right time because of the pandemic, but I think now is the right time for us to start planning again. When I said this should be a general tax, I agree that we should look at transportation, affordable housing, but I was just saying we should be flexible. And I think we also want to be able to use it for things like policing, infrastructure, other services. But I think we should poll for how we describe the uses and what resonates the most with the community. And on the payroll tax, when I talked to these other mayors, the degree of their confusion about why I was even asking was amazing. And they just assumed it would be a payroll tax. So do we have any issues on, the staff have any details on what the issues San Francisco has had? Because again, the ease of enforcement is one of the most attractive things I think about a payroll tax.
You know, I think San Francisco has gone through a long back and forth and revised their tax a number of times, and there were both policy and legal issues and administrability issues. So I think to give you a thorough answer to that, Mr. Mayor, we should really assess that more comprehensively and give a balanced response of the various factors.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to see us move forward, and if everybody's focused on the square footage, I think we can make it work. But again, I'd be interested in maybe exempting those businesses that are already heavily taxed, like our hotels or our retailers. And so I think we'd be mostly looking at a commercial office square footage tax. And that's why I was also interested again in the payroll, because I do think it's more progressive. I would be a little concerned. And I guess the other thing is if a payroll tax is based on residents, then we could potentially get employees at a lot of companies in Silicon Valley, which might be better, like Apple and NVIDIA and Google and all these other companies. I would be a little bit concerned about doing the document surcharge at the same time, just in terms of the number of tax measures on the ballot at one time. I did think that was interesting, particularly at a higher rate, but I'd just be concerned about how many tax measures we have at once. Councilmember Stone.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject, I may have misheard something you said, but the basic constitutional principle that applies to taxation is that we can tax activity that occurs in our jurisdiction. So
Yeah, I think what was raised was if employees are working from home, then could we tax them? But if they lived in Palo Alto working from home for a company in San Jose, would they owe us income tax? It seems like we can't have it both ways. It's either one way or the other.
So Mayor, these are the nuances that we were referring to that Councilmember Cormack brought up that are associated with the how would you assess a payroll tax in the advent of the COVID era? So it's payroll, same thing as headcount. Right, where and how are businesses reporting both their payroll and their headcount with the decentralized potentially workforce.
Right.
And so we would need to, those are some nuances that we haven't gotten into the details of that we would need to dive into further.
But again, I think most payroll processing systems, you put in the address, and I mean, I have worked in states where there are local city taxes. It just shows up on your paycheck, like ADP, and everybody else has it built in. So that's why I think it would be pretty easy to administer. But okay, Councilmember Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the nuances there around the payroll taxes is interesting. Clearly, we don't have enough information right now. I would maybe suggest if we receive that answer, and I guess my prediction is that the state has not moved quickly enough to really address the changing nature of work and how telecommuting is playing a part in that. So if that is truly the case, maybe that's something that that PNS can look into a little more to engage with our lobbyists to see if that's something that the city might want to push on, to see if we can get some clarification and a little more modernization of those laws. But that's kind of related, kind of the same. Couple of additional thoughts and then some questions. I thought it interesting. Yeah, I definitely agreed with Councilmember Cormack on the documentary transfer tax. That really interested me, especially with regards to affordable housing. But I think the mayor also made a good counterpoint as far as strategically, is that the right thing? And I know staff gave some discussion within the report as far as looking at other local elections in the area and what has been successful or not. Do we have data? And if it's in there, I'm sorry if I missed it. Kind of better understanding the correlation there between additional tax measures and then the declining likelihood that measures pass. Do we we have that type of information, or does that just, I mean, it seems right to me, but I don't know the data in front of me.
So there's an expression called ballot fatigue, and it's difficult to discern exactly where that threshold is and whether 3 is sufficient to trigger ballot fatigue in voters or what exactly that number is. It requires a bit of prognostication to divine that number, and we're not nearly at that stage yet, but it is certainly a consideration as we go forward with any sort of package of potential revenue generating local ballot measures that we need to consider as we advance.
And I imagine that that's a question that could also be addressed within polling as well, to see if there's an appetite for that within the city.
Yes, in fact, we would recommend that. And that is common with our pollsters to structure a poll on the voter fatigue specifically in terms of saturation of the ballot versus not. I can't recall, if I'm being honest, whether or not we recommend that being in the round 1 of polling versus round 2 of polling. So we would need to get back to you on those specifics in terms of timing. But that is a common aspect.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that would be really important, because I'd hate to say let's push this off to 2024 when every month, every year really matters on this funding source. And I don't know, that kind of brought me something that I was just a little disappointed in tonight. Yeah, I really expected, seeing this discussion on affordable housing funding, that we would be seeing a lot of people coming out to address us, advocating that. I was disappointed in the lack of housing advocates that were here tonight, not advocating for that affordable housing funding. The pre-screening earlier tonight clearly demonstrated the painful fact that market rate housing in Palo Alto is not going to produce truly affordable housing beyond the 15 to 20% that we can require through our inclusionary zoning ordinances. The only true way we're going to make any meaningful changes on affordable housing production is through greater access to funds, both public and private. And so I think this is really an issue that the public needs to be more engaged in, and understanding this is kind of the entire ballgame, right? It's the funding piece. It's not going to happen unfortunately, it's not going to happen through the market, through the free market, really getting the amount of affordable housing we need. And our terrible production of that affordable housing through these past RENA cycles clearly demonstrates that. So this is really what we need to be focusing on. I really like the idea of using public land as a way to be able to help mitigate the costs of this housing. So looking at housing on city-owned parking lots or other city-owned land, I think makes perfect sense. So I hope we can pursue that further. I'd like to know a little more about what exactly, how much interaction, I guess, the city has had as far as advocating for local and state funds for affordable housing, such as Measure A, and encourage that we do more of that. And I see I'm out of time, so we go on for round 3. I have more. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone, just one thing to clarify. You had mentioned if we didn't pursue a documentary transfer tax this year or this general election, FY 2022, that we would have to wait till FY 2024. One option for the council's consideration is a special tax doesn't require the ballot measure to be on a general election. So if it were to be a special tax, which does require the higher voter threshold, there isn't that same requirement that it happen on those general elections. So it's not that same time schedule.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. But I'd imagine if it's not, does that increase the costs on the city to be able to run that election, or
You are astute in that observation. Yes.
Okay.
We share costs when it is on when there are shared elections. If it is an election that just the city is doing, we bear the full brunt of the costs associated with administering. But it's also a local measure, so it's not a countywide cost necessarily. It is the cost specifically to our jurisdiction.
Okay.
So if that's something we end up pursuing, we can work with the registrar of voters to figure out a little bit more finer grain on that.
Okay, understandable. Thanks for that. Yeah, that seems to further complicate this whole analysis. So hopefully we don't have to do that, but open to it if that's the case. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that I don't think economic prosperity is forever. And I think you guys probably know of Florence from your history books. It used to be the center of the world from the Renaissance. People thought it would be the center of the world forever, and it's certainly not. It's a shadow of itself. I think we need to cultivate it. I don't think it's something that you could just take for granted. And so one thing I want to do is I just want to share my screen because I know a lot of you may not be very familiar with Detroit or what happened to it. But at one point of the world, it was the Silicon Valley of the world. It was the the powerhouse of the country. If you're the best and brightest, you went to Detroit. But Detroit today is a shadow of itself. And some of you guys might think, oh yeah, it can never happen to us, right? Oh, it can only happen somewhere else. We have a permanent magnet here that will make us the center of the world. But it's not always true. So you guys could Google this article yourself. It's from the Detroit Free Press. It makes a few points. So what happened to Detroit? Well, basically, as they failed to keep innovation in their city, they tried to tax higher and higher, raised, hotel tax. They basically raised every tax known to man. And what did it do? It just drove out more business. And they never actually caught up to the amount of revenue they had before. They were always desperately trying to catch up, but never did. But instead of being able to keep the most innovative companies in their city, which they could have done, they didn't do. They failed to do. Tesla didn't start in Detroit. They started here in Palo Alto. And why is that, right? It's because they lost their innovation. At one point in time, autos were, gasoline engine autos were the tech of the world, right? Not anymore, right? And I think they lost sight of the ball, right, of what's really happening. So this is something which I think we should think about. What else happened in Detroit? Well, and by the way, these are just screenshots from the article, so you guys could read it, and it has gory details about all the things that happened. They failed to downsize. They failed to recognize that some of the shifts was permanent, right? So right now we have people working from home. It's something which, we're all hoping that people come back, that more companies come starting out of our city. We have more, decacorns. We have more, these massively profitable companies in our city, but it may not happen. And so that's something else that Detroit failed to do. It kept planning that we could also keep spending the amount of money that we're spending and not have to worry about it. What else happened in Detroit? Well, skyrocketing employee benefits, right? Have we looked at what percentage of our budget now is by just pension obligations? It's an increasing amount. Look at our public safety. Look at how much of our public safety is now consumed by pensions. So I think we have to think about that. If you look at some of the Detroit numbers, you kind of see where our future is. Hopefully not. Hopefully we could correct this. And then what else? Well, borrowing more and more, right? We did a public safety building bond, right? We did a bunch of other things to try to fund our infrastructure. And this is also kind of like what sunk Detroit. So this is kind of a combination of things that has made things really tough. And I think what we have to think about really is when was the last time we had a unicorn come out of Palo Alto? A lot have come out of San Francisco and other places, but when is the last time that's come out of our city? And I think we have to think really hard about that. And why is that? Why haven't we seen some crazy successful startups come out of our city recently? Why aren't startups coming out of our city? I think we should think about that because that's our future, right? If we don't see innovative companies starting in Palo Alto, how can we expect innovation to stay here? So I think that's something we should think about. And then the other thing I think we need to think about is we're looking at a list of all these other cities, right? Cupertino, Mountain View, Menlo Park. What do those cities have that we don't have? Well, they have an incredibly profitable, they have like a printing press of money, right? Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, these are known as FANG companies, right? These are some of the most successful companies in the world. They are printing money, right? They are incredibly profitable. Google paying the extra money to Mountain View for their budget, no big problem, right? Because they are printing money. But what company in our city is our benefactor? What company in our city is printing money? What is our FANG company? We don't have one. Now we have maybe offices of their companies in our city, but none of these are headquarters in our city. And why is that? Now, if we had one of these companies in our city, let's say we had Apple in our city, instead of it was in our city instead of Cupertino, then that's a different story, right? Or we had Amazon, or we had a Netflix, but we don't. None of these companies are in our city. Our headquarters are in our cities. They may have offices, they may have employees that work in our city, that live in our city, but they're not in our city. So that's something you have to think about as we look at that tax chart and ask ourselves, who is our benefactor? So anyways, I just think that we need to think about this really carefully. And we should also think about, I think, some of my colleagues talked about, well, look at the really high office rent. Is it really that high right now? Have you looked at, there's a ton of vacant office in our city. Have you looked at what the rents are for those cities? At our peak, we're near $10 a square foot. But what about now? Even Class A rent is not going for that anymore. There are commercial brokers desperate to try to rent out property. So I think we have to think really carefully about what's going on right now, and whether maybe we should postpone this and reconsider this when things are more stable and once we're on a road of recovery.
Thank you. I guess we'll move on to our third round. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I'm just want to make a couple comments, then I'm game to attempt a motion. So first, I think polling is going to be critical to inform us on all these questions that we have. Each of us have opinions and preconceptions going into this, but we really need to craft some important and nuanced polling questions, probably in a couple of iterations of polls as we refine this. And until that happens, we're all offering our own speculations, and we're going to, in the end, we'll find who was right on one and who was right on another, but it's not terribly critical right now to try to define or make those determinations without being informed by the polls. Second, I'd just like to say that Silicon Valley has been an exceptionally expensive region for decades, for workers, for housing. When I first years in our manufacturing business, the first downturn we had in the Valley in around 1980, all the prognosticators were saying this is the beginning of the end of Silicon Valley. And they had proof positive, actually, because Atari had just moved their manufacturing out to Manteca, and that was proof that it was too much congestion here, employees cost too much here, housing cost too much here. That was 40 years ago. And we've seen what's happened to Silicon Valley since. And so what we have is amongst the most successful companies in the world in our region who pay quite a bit of state and federal taxes and exceptionally low local taxes. And as a result, cities in this region have been unable to respond to the needs of transportation and affordable housing and other needs that are there. So that's why I think we really need to adjust this. And other cities in the region are going through similar discussions. So what I would like to propose is to put up the staff recommendation, and I'll just have a couple of modifications, then be open to input from others. And to add to D, to refer to Policies and Services Committee, the CAL-CHA program for affordable housing funding. And then trying to figure out where to put this in, because we're referring back to finance, and what we really want to say is that we want finance to come up with recommendations on initial polling to inform whether one or more taxes may be feasible on the 2022 ballot. And the support for different uses of the revenue, the scale of the tax, and the form of the tax. And I think that kind of complements what's already in here on what staff is going to come back with additional research on. So those two things will feed into each other. I think we'll get the additional research first, and then that helps us come up with what we want to pull. But so
I'll second this motion.
Good. And I think we've had a really healthy discussion. I would say that I definitely don't want to limit the scale of the tax to too small of an amount. I think that considering something up to 30 million or so would still put us at a fraction of San Francisco's rate for just the one business tax, the gross receipts tax, but actually when you put them in aggregate, it's an even smaller percentage of what San Francisco's would be. When we look at comparing our business climate to our neighbors, even in East Palo Alto, and that we're no business tax, and what we'd be considering would be perhaps at most in the ballpark of their two business taxes combined, we're hardly being exorbitant here in what we're considering. So I look forward to learning more from the additional research that staff will do and from the subsequent polling. I can't think of something really more important to our community right now to give us the sound footing to continue to be the community that businesses want to locate in and people want to live in. We have to invest in our community, invest in transportation and affordable housing, and continue to provide the services that we've always provided an attractive location through providing them to our businesses and our residents. So thanks.
And just to speak to my second, your clarification in E, you're not really trying to change the proposed work plan in the staff report, are you? I think the work plan already called out things going back to finance, things going to council.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify what would be the framework for the polling, not trying to specify it at this time, but just put in the framework and emphasize that these issues need to be informed by polling before the council goes through iterations of narrowing our options.
Yeah, I think that was already part of the work plan, the way I read it. So I just wanted to understand if you were trying to change it. I think you're just reiterating it.
Yeah.
So anyways, I think it's a good motion. I think we need to start to work on the work plan, as staff has said. November 2022 will be here before we know it. I think we've had a good conversation tonight. I think we're kind of starting to zero in, and we've at least gotten some ranges and some things to consider. And again, I just wanted to go back to that document surcharge tax. I did like that idea, and we can explore it through polling. I also think that's the kind of thing that would probably pass in a primary or a special election, particularly if it was on the larger, higher price properties. So again, I think this is all moving in the right direction. In terms of some of the questions that Councilmember Tanaka raised, I mean, there are lots of unicorns based in Palo Alto. Even still, it's amazing how many unicorns there are. There are companies you may not have heard of, but House is one of them. But we also have Stanford, one of the wealthiest nonprofits on the planet, probably the best university on the planet. And again, I think a lot of the attraction to Palo Alto is proximity to Stanford. So I look forward to working on this. It's going to come back to us many times, and hopefully we'll make some good progress. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. Thanks to the maker and seconder for getting this started. I wonder if the maker in part B wants to also include the question about utility use-based tax including the option to incorporate revenue for climate action. That's a question that staff had for us. So is that something you want them to work on with polling?
Yes, I would be receptive to that.
Okay, great.
I just want to clarify, we're talking about polling, not that we want it absolutely included.
Correct.
Well, and it's, remember, we're talking about both a finance committee discussion, staff research, and polling, and putting somehow molding those two together.
So where we have A there, could we just, instead of saying including, could we just say polling for an option to incorporate?
Well, I don't think we want to limit it to polling. There's also discussion about the merits of it. So it's not just the polling, just like the other items are.
Yeah, but it says the pursuit of a tax. I just don't think it's a decided factor. I was trying to.
We shouldn't.
My wording
maybe
was
we change it to
which include-
exploration of a tax.
Explore the option or something.
Yeah.
Explore the option to incorporate.
That's fine with me if it's good with a seconder.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. The next thing is just a clarification in D. CALCHA, if that's indeed how you pronounce it, is for middle income housing funding. So it's not technically affordable. It's not below market. It's sort of that just like.
Okay, then we could
100
just
plus.
delete the word affordable and just
Yeah,
housing.
great. Okay, thank you. So E seems like there's no new news there. We'll do our work. Look forward to doing that. And then I guess my only concern is that we aren't really answering staff's question about the revenue level. So I appreciate the fact that we don't want to narrow it down yet, but it does seem like we have a wide range. And so if I were, I mean, maybe I'll just ask staff, right? How important is it that you have a dollar figure or a range to work with? If you get this general thing, how will that go?
Sure. To all of the comments that have been heard tonight, I think the general range that was at least verbalized tonight was between, say, 10 and 30 million. What staff can do without direction is use that as ways for us to benchmark or guide our analysis. So when we're doing scenarios that we provide to the committee or the council, we can use those to help us plan out in terms of how the rates would potentially look at those different levels. And then I would say the committee and the council could refine those later.
Okay,
so
so
if that's an okay path, what I just kind of identified for the council, then I would say no further articulation in the motion is necessary. However, if the council's envisioning something other than that, I would appreciate that clarification either now or as part of the motion.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, as I said, 10 was pretty much my limit in the last go round based on understanding how that would affect different levels and types of businesses. We did an awful lot of detailed work. I'm not going to sign up for anything until I understand the details, as you all know. So while I'm willing to let staff look at those larger numbers, I reserve the right to have lots of questions and object if I think it's too big. Okay, so square footage I'm good with. Utility, thank you for that. Proceed with refinements. Review and accept. Yes, I am. I will be happy to support this and look forward to it coming back to finance.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the motioner and seconder for the motion. I'll be supporting the motion. I just have one question on D. It talks about, of course, the discuss partnering with Cal CHA, but does this preclude the ability to further study these other affordable housing funding mechanisms, and we're just focusing on this one piece, or does this keep the door open for the other possibilities, and it's just also referring to PNS, the Cal CHA?
the intention was at this time to put that as the only explicit referral, but not preclude consideration of the others. If there's, I don't know how we might clarify that distinction.
What is that staff's understanding of the way they read D?
Yes, I think through the different, initiatives that the council's been reviewing through the analysis of the unhoused programs and support for the different kind of priorities there, all of these aspects come into play, right? We've talked about Project Home Key. And so it's not that staff is necessarily going to drop everything else, but it is mean that our focus is going to be on following up on Cal CHA, specifically on what is the program working with PNS on the options.
If I might, I was just thinking about how to refine this wording, and what if we said refer to Policy and Services Committee other housing funding mechanisms, particularly Cal CHA. That way it doesn't limit it.
But again, I'm not so sure I'd support that. I mean, we are already working on housing impact fees, for example, and some of these other mechanisms are being worked on in different places. So this is a new one that I think we were sending to Policy and Services. I thought it was good to keep it focused.
If you don't think any of the others are viable and everybody agrees with that, then
no, we're already working on them through other.
No, I mean any of the others that were listed and are not specifically being worked on.
I'm just concerned, like we're sending the document surcharge tax to finance. So I guess Councilmember Stone, is there a certain one that you would like Policy and Services to look at?
I think that the jobs housing linkage policy is interesting. I like to know more, look at it. I think that, like I addressed earlier, the use of public land or land leases and looking more into community land trusts. Like I said in my last comments, I think this is the real secret to us being able to make more meaningful production on affordable housing, and I'd hate to just limit us. So I'm more comfortable with the language that the Vice Mayor has suggested here.
I mean, I guess I'll accept it just with the understanding that, and I don't see this referral to look at everything under the sun. We've got a bunch of things already underway. Council, often looks at city-owned land, but I'll accept it.
Great, thank you.
May I ask for clarification what the difference is between this referral and the referral that staff just satisfied by bringing the programs forward? I guess staff brought forward all of the options for affordable housing so that the council and the finance committee could understand the realm of, ways to generate revenues for housing type projects. So I guess item D, as it's referred to now, I'm not quite sure how that differs from what we already have done, other than deeper dive into Cal CHA. So
yes, so the intention is deeper dive into Cal CHA and allowing the Policy and Services Committee, if they wanted to look harder at or propose to the council that we look harder at one of these additional housing funding mechanisms like a housing land trust, that we don't preclude them from doing that. That was the intention.
But isn't that what the finance, I appreciate that. And just for my own clarification, especially in terms of process, is that not what the finance committee did when they reviewed the financing options?
I don't think we went into any depth on that. And this is, we're basically sending to the PNS this segment of the package of options of looking at other funding alternatives just for housing outside of the business taxes.
So when I look at the list, I think it's only public land and jobs housing linkage policy. I think everything else is covered. Does that help staff? If we
that would be helpful, is if we were to limit it to what's narrowing the field. anytime and this is just a general, anytime we're able to understand more concretely if there are isolated areas,
Okay, so if
that's
we can
helpful.
list those two, then the housing land trust, and what was the other one?
I think it was public land use.
Jobs, housing, linkage policy.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, I am personally most interested, so I like the particularly.
Yeah,
the Cal
agreed.
City
And I
thing.
think that's the understanding. So,
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was my only concern. So I appreciate changing the language there. And yes, I'm ready to vote in support of this.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thanks. So one thing I was looking at this motion, one thing that seemed to be missing here, and I'm going to see if maybe the maker and seconder can consider this, but it doesn't actually have in here what we're going to do with the money, like what we're going to spend, what we're going to use this money for. And so that seems to be something that would be kind of important in this. So I guess I'd like to get some thoughts in terms of a friendly amendment to include the purpose and usage of the tax money so that it's really clear to the public and the people paying the tax what we're planning to do with this.
Yeah, under E, I attempted to include that, and that was under the polling from guidance from the Finance Committee. But I think that is a valid question or issue for the Finance Committee to attempt to flesh out and return to the council as a whole, aside from just the being informed by the polling. And so I was.
So again, I feel like a lot of this is covered in the work plan, which is number 5. We're going to agree to the work plan.
Well, I think to the question of, and there's a bit of debate on how much should we try to tax. I think knowing what we're going to use the money for would really help answer that question. And so more specific we could be, more detailed we could be, the better it is, and more justification this tax will have.
So, Mayor, where do you see in the work plan that it specifically addresses the discussion on the uses, which would then inform the scale?
I'm looking through it right now. Maybe it's not in there.
Okay, so in that case, I do think that that is a critical issue. The uses and the needs, basically, informing the scale of the tax. Yeah, but I want to make sure the wording says that that's a Finance Committee discussion to make recommendations to the council as opposed to merely being informed by the polling.
Okay, great, thank you. And then want to ask staff about in this motion, and I'm not sure if the motion encapsulated, is there going to be outreach to potentially impacted companies so that they know what's going to hit them?
Yes, that's identified in item D.
D, okay, so basically.
Oh wait, no, not D, I'm sorry.
It's in the work plan in detail.
C.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, as the tax get narrowed down, staff is going to do extensive outreach to the people that we're going to tax, so they know why they're going to be taxed and how much they're going to be taxed by, right?
Well, and this will be an iterative process. So by council approving this work plan, stakeholder outreach and engagement is a component of that. And so we will, as we move through this process with the Finance Committee and the full council, that will be a component that staff continues to go through in terms of the methodology in which we do the outreach, the type of outreach, the schedule of the outreach, et cetera. Not to say that all of those individual decisions will come to specifically the city council, but as part of that package, as we continue to march down this path, that will be part of it.
Yeah, I just think it's really important, but it sounds like you already answered the question. I think it's just really important that the companies or businesses or landlords, whichever direction we go, that are being taxed are informed and involved in the process. And I think, to me, I haven't heard a council member saying, no, we shouldn't do that. So I think it's not, as long as staff is, it sounds like staff is doing that, so that's great. The second question for you, or yeah, second question here is, there's been a lot of debate about what is the office rent now. Is that also contemplated in this? Are you guys going to come out with numbers of what is the, what are our current office rent rates? Because I think, at our peak, there were probably $10 a month per square foot in our downtown, but I don't think we're anywhere near that right now. So I was wondering if, because that's also going to kind of let us know the viability of different tax levels.
And the work plan has kind of an analysis of the taxes, the tax structure. So I see Kylie nodding her head. I think that would be part of that analysis.
Okay, great. And then what about work from home trends? Is that something that's also going to be, so we know like right now, like a lot of workers aren't coming back to the office. Is staff also planning to kind of track that to see? Because I think you would have to do that as we evaluate the various taxes, but it sounds like you guys will, but I just wanted to make sure.
Well, what I think staff is committing to in the work plan is that we are going to look and work with both the finance committee and the full council through this process at various ways of analyzing these as we refine this process. The data points that you're specifically referencing, I don't know necessarily if we have the enough data or the right data, frankly, in order to do those, but that's definitely part of the analysis process that staff will embark on to find out and figure out what we can and can't do. For example, last time, what we ended up anchoring on as a body was using EDD data. And so staff routinely was pulling EDD data to get headcount estimates as we were kind of moving quarter by quarter, because that ended up being the best data source for the analysis moving forward. So similarly, we'll do the same type of work to figure out what are the best data sources and how can we best analyze and look at these issues with the committee and the council. I just can't confirm to you at this moment in time what specifically each of those sources are going to be. Since last time we did this, we did it on headcount, and so recognizing square footage, naturally there will be different sources.
Well, anyways, I think you know the point. The work from home trend is a pretty big deal, so hopefully you guys will think about that. And then on B of the motion, is there going to be, as part of this motion, is there going to be work around comparison of the tax rate or the total? It's not just the rate, because we also have utility user tax and other stuff. So the total cost, as we consider a new tax, is that can be part of staff's analysis? Or you just, what's the plan in terms of when this comes back to council and we actually vote on it? What's the plan there? Is there going to be comparison to other cities? So we have like an apples to apples comparison, so we can see the full charges, not just the per rate.
So same as parcel tax, this is one that we'll embark on and look at the different data sources that we have. We do run our own utility, so we obviously have different data sources than other cities. And so we would want to make sure that when we are pulling information and comparables, that one, it's accessible data, and two, it is an appropriate comparison. So like you've seen in the utility rates, that we typically do neighboring jurisdiction comparisons. And so similarly with business tax, we look at neighboring jurisdiction comparisons. So we'll do something similar for UUT. However, I will note what I think you're talking about is, bill to bill comparison on a utility. And that's a slightly different comparison, frankly, we will do our best to inform the council and get the data. But again, that's the process we're embarking on.
Okay, I think the council and the public would probably appreciate to have like a real apple to apple comparison. I realize it's tough, but a bill to bill comparison would be awesome. Okay, I'm out of time, so let me just mention one thing, which is it was interesting that the start that I guess one person thought of was House. So House was actually started in 2010, 11 years ago. So it's been some time. And what's also interesting is that they have a lot of their employees actually outside of cities, as well as headquarters in Palo Alto. They have offices in Phoenix, Irvine, San Diego, Santa Monica, and just a small minority of their employees actually are in our city. So that's something to think about. So 11 years, it's been 11 years since we had a unicorn. Okay, guys, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands, so I suggest we go ahead and vote. I think we've only had a few votes tonight, starting with Councilmember Aku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. Okay. So that was the last item on our agenda. We now have council member questions, comments, announcements. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so, oh, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, just wanted to share that the Barron Park neighborhood and the Ventura neighborhood are working together to do a community event. Really, the impetus was the terrible incident at our wonderful Fuki Sushi restaurant, but it's intended to be an event to really demonstrate our support for our diversity and our strength through that diversity, and that our neighborhoods and community have the backs of our residents and our local businesses, and to really celebrate what are truly our value structures. It's intended to be Sunday, this coming Sunday at 11 a.m. at Bowl Park, and Councilmember Koo has been doing a lion's share of the work on it. So if she wishes to wade in, I would welcome that.
Thank you for announcing it, Vice Mayor. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you. Please join us if you can.
Will there be sushi?
We wish.
All right, not seeing any further hands. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all. And good night.